Hey guys, Joey here. Today we're gonna make a Rick and Morty character wiki. So this is the project that we're gonna make today. As you can see that our characters are here along with some basic information like name, then we have the last known location, and then we also have some basic information like whether the character is dead, alive or unknown. You can also search for a specific character using this search bar here. Let's say that I want to search for characters which has the name Smith. Okay, I'm gonna write here Smith. Look at that, it is fetching me all the characters with the name Smith with it. You can also write here, let's say Rick. Okay, look at that, it's gonna fetch me all the characters which has the name Rick. There we go. And do you see these filters here? You can also filter through the characters using the status or the species or the gender as well. Let's say that I'm gonna clear the filters here. Okay, now I want all the characters which are dead. Now notice here, can you see this? These are all the characters which are dead. Okay, I mean mixed. So look at this, we have alive, we have dead, we have unknown characters, so on and so forth. So I'm gonna filter through, let's say I want all the characters which are dead. I'm gonna click here, look at that. So it's gonna fetch me all the characters which are dead. Not only that, if you scroll down here, then you're gonna find this pagination section here, and you can also change your page number. Okay, so I'm currently on page number 1. Look at that, if I click on page number 2, it's gonna fetch me more characters. Okay, let's go to page number 14. There we go, it's fetching me more characters. Not only that, we're gonna make this nav bar here using React Router, and we can divide our characters through characters, episodes and location. Let's say that I want to go to episodes. Okay, and let's pick our episode. Let's say episode number 10. Now look at that, the episode name is displayed here along with the air date, and it's gonna fetch me all the characters which are from episode number 10. Look at that. All right, you can also come to this location here, and let's say that I'm gonna pick my location, let's say location number 9. Okay, look at that, the location name changed. It is showing me the dimension and the type, which is planet, and it is also showing me all the residents from this specific location. There we go. If you want to know more about a specific character, you can do that as well. Let's say that I'm gonna pick this card here. All right, Alien Morty. If I click here, look at that, you're gonna get the name, the image, the status, whether it is dead, alive or unknown, along with some other information like gender, location, origin, species, etc. In this tutorial, I'm going to cover these topics like React hooks, Fetch API, Bootstrap. Do you see our project here? I used Bootstrap to make all the styles for our project. Then we're going to use Pagination, which is actually this one. If I scroll at the very bottom, look at that, I used a library called React Paginate. And then we're going to look at how to make search bar and filter data, which is actually this one. Do you see this? We're going to learn how to make this. We will also cover React Router and dynamic routing, which is actually this one. Okay, look at this. This component here is made using React Router so that you can navigate through pages like that. And for the dynamic routing, if you click on any card, then you can know more about that specific character. Let's say that I'm going to click Jerry Smith. Look at that. You can get the name, you can get the image, you can get the status and all other informations if you want to know about more about this character. The video will start according to these chapters. If you're new to this channel, feel free to subscribe because I post videos based on practical web dev projects so that you can level up your coding skills. If that sounds interesting, then hit the subscribe button and join my gang. And without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, before coding, first of all, we need to set up our environment. To do that, you're gonna go to your desktop, you're gonna right click and then you're gonna create a new folder, something like this. Okay, you can name this anything you wish, but for this tutorial, I'm gonna name it React Wiki. Everything in small letters, no capital letters. Okay, follow along with me. React Wiki. There we go. Once that's done, you're gonna right click here and do you see this option, open with VS Code. In case if you don't have this, do this. Okay, open your VS Code manually. Once that's done, you're gonna select this file option. Okay, and then you're gonna open folder. Click this and then go to your desktop and do you see this React Wiki? Click this, select folder, and now it's gonna open up the folder inside your VS Code. Look at this, React Wiki. Excellent. Once you click the GitHub link through the description down below, then you're gonna find this repository folder here. If you scroll down, then you're gonna find this readme file which carries all the necessary instructions to install the required packages for this folder. So follow along with me. Okay, we're gonna copy and paste these on our terminal one by one. Alright, so first one on the list is npx create react app, which will create us a React app in our VS Code. So follow along. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, Control C. Alright, now I'm gonna go back to my VS Code, and then in order to open the terminal, Control J or Control backtick. Okay, so I'm gonna use Control J. There we go. It has opened the terminal. Now I'm gonna paste it. Okay, and listen, don't forget about this dot. Okay, this dot represents the current folder, which is the React Wiki folder. Okay, so now I'm gonna enter. Now look at this. It's gonna do its task. I mean, it's gonna install all the necessary files and repository files and packages. Okay, look at this. There we go. In the meantime, I'm gonna let's actually visit the official website of Bootstrap, getbootstrap.com. We're gonna use Bootstrap in this project so that we can make our styles more faster, save time, and only focus on the JavaScript part. I mean the React part. All right. So in case if you don't understand Bootstrap, don't worry. I'm gonna teach you how to utilize Bootstrap. All right. So let me actually give you a demo. So if I come back to my finalized project here, then look at this. Can you see this? This is called an accordion. These are called buttons. Okay. So look at this. If I click here, then you're gonna get more buttons here. If I click here, look at this. All of these tags here. Okay. So gender, so on and so forth. But if I come back on the Bootstrap, look at this docs. Okay. I'm gonna search here. I mean, by the way, this is a very useful feature. So you can search any component you wish. Okay. So I'm gonna write here accordion. Accordion, look at that. Okay, so I'm gonna click here, click this. Now if I scroll down, can you see this? Okay, this is an accordion. And do you find any similarities between this and this one? Yes, I used Bootstrap in this project. Same case for all of these cards. These are called badges. Okay, let me actually show you. So if I write badge here, look at this. All right, so do you see any similarities between this badge and this one here? Yes, I used Bootstrap as well. Look at these buttons. Okay, I'm gonna write button here. It's gonna have 7 to 8 button classes. I mean, it's gonna have 7 to 8 it's gonna have 7 to 8 colors. Okay, so look at these buttons. Okay, primary. This is called the primary color, secondary color, success color, danger color, so on and so forth. So we're gonna use this inside our project as well. So it's still downloading all the files. Okay, we have to wait a little bit. Alright then, it's done. Okay, so let's go back and on the GitHub repository, look at this. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, npm install bootstrap, Control C, paste it here, enter. Let's go back, and this is the popper.js. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, enter. It's gonna install popper.js. Now let's go back. This is actually optional. You can also use CSS, but I prefer using Sass. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it there so that I can use Sass. There we go. And we have something called React Paginate. Let me actually show you what this is. So React Paginate. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna click this, which is the npm.js.com. Now if I scroll down, look at this. It's a package which helps you to generate pages. Okay, if I go to my finalized project, if I scroll down, look at this. How many pages do I have? 42 pages, from 1 to up to 42. If I click this next button, look at this. It's gonna open up page number 2 and it's gonna open up new data. Look at this. Next, page number 3. If I want to go to page number 40, look at this. It's gonna open up page number 40 like that. So using this package, it's gonna make our life much easier. All right. So I hope that you understand why we use React Paginate. Okay, so we're gonna copy this command, Control C, and then we're gonna paste it here. All right, enter. There we go. It's gonna install that package, and then finally we have the npm start, which is used to start our development server on our Google Chrome. I mean our local browser. All right. So once that's done, we're gonna write npm start. All right, enter. If everything goes well, then you can see this on our result screen. Let's go back here and let's install 2 extensions to make our lives much easier. Not only that, it's gonna save us a lot of time. So you're gonna come to this extensions tab, and first things first, you're gonna install ESLint. So what this does is it's gonna catch us our errors while writing the code. All right, so you're gonna let me actually close my terminal. Look at this. It's called ESLint, written made by this Dirk. I'm so sorry for that. I just butchered the name. I'm really sorry. So install this. Okay, and the next thing that you're gonna install is ES7, write that, and you're gonna find this. Okay, ES7 React Redux, this one. Okay, if you install this package, then you're gonna find this code snippets here. Let me actually scroll down and show you. Okay, so let's say if I write imp and then if I hit tab, then automatically it's gonna write me this code. If I write imrc, then it's gonna automatically write down import react component. Okay, something like that, which means that we can save a lot of time using this package alone. I mean, using this extension alone. So download install this as well. Once that's done, come back to our files. Let me actually show you a cool feature. Do you see something here? It is called npm scripts. Okay, in case if you can't find this, you're gonna select these 3 dots and look at this. Do you see this npm scripts? Okay, you're gonna tick that so that you can see it. Okay, so let me actually show you what actually this is. Okay, I'm gonna open this up. All right, and now I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here so that you can see it better. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was here. All right, so now listen, I'm gonna close this server, okay, by doing this Control C, Y, enter. Now look at this, our development server has stopped. Now in order to start it, how do we do it? We write npm start, right? It means that we are just wasting 2 to 3 seconds. If you want to save that 3 seconds time, you're gonna come to this npm scripts. Do you see we have a bunch of commands here? It is coming from where? Our package.json, which is here. Look at this. Okay, let me actually show you. Oh, sorry for that. Yeah, here is it. Let me actually zoom out. This carries all the dependencies. Okay, look at this. We have installed popper.js. It is here. Where is bootstrap? It is here. React is here. Sass is here. So on and so forth. If I scroll down, look at the scripts here. Okay, so this tab here is actually reading our scripts from the package.json. Now look at this. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. All right, so look at this. Can you see the start button? If I click here, look at this. Automatically, it's gonna open up my development server without even writing. I didn't write anything inside here. I didn't have to write npm start. Look at this. I just click this button. Automatically, it opened up my development server, which means that I can save a lot of time here. I mean, in short, I really love this feature. It saves me a lot of time during development. Alright guys, once that's done, let's close our terminal here. Okay, let's close this as well. And we need to remove a bunch of files. Okay, follow along with me. Come to the source. Okay, let me actually close this. And then do you see this app.test.js? Remove this. Okay, delete. And come back to your app.css. Do you see this? Remove everything from here and just keep it blank for now. Alright, so you're gonna come back to your logo. Remove this logo. Okay, do you see this setup test? Remove that as well. Come to your app.js. Okay, here let's do a bunch of changes. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna remove this logo. Can you see this logo? Remove that logo from there. We don't need it, and we also don't need this as well. So I'm gonna remove that from there, and whatever is inside this header, remove everything. Okay, now save it, and now let's write something dummy. Okay, React project. Now save it. If you go back to your result screen, you can see something like this. Can you see this? You can see this on your result screen. Alright, so far so good. Now listen, in order to work with Bootstrap, what you have to do is you have to import it. Let me show you. Okay, first of all, you're gonna write import. Import, then double quotes or single quotes, then you have to write bootstrap here. Okay, and then slash. Then you're gonna select this dist folder and then slash css. Okay, and then slash. You can't find anything. Even if you hit Control space, you can't find any options. In this cases, just write it manually. Okay, bootstrap.min.css. Okay, it is the minified version of our bootstrap. All right, and then the next thing that you have to import. Wait a second. Import is this is the dist. This is the CSS from the dist folder, right? We have to now import the JavaScript folder as well. Follow along. Okay, bootstrap/dist/js. Okay, by the way, this feature is called IntelliSense. If you can't see this, do this. Okay, Control space, then you can see this option. All right, so now dist/js/ you can see bootstrap. All right, there we go. Save it. Now bootstrap will run. Now how will you understand whether bootstrap runs or not? Let's do a small test. Okay, now I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna write h1 tag, h1. Okay, tab. There we go. And now listen, I'm gonna remove this from here, this React project. All right, and here I'm gonna write, let's say Rick and Morty Wiki. Okay, Rick and Morty Wiki. There we go. Let's make the K capitalized. There we go. And now listen, I want this to be at the center. How will I do that? I'm gonna use a class name called text center. Okay, follow along. In order to work with your bootstrap classes, you have to write this class name and then equal to double quotes or single quotes as you like. Now you can write the text. Don't worry, I'm going to show you where this is. Okay, first write text center. Now save it. Now let's go back to the result screen. Look at that, it is at the exact center. Now where did I find this class? Can you see this text center? Let me show you. Okay, I'm going to copy this text, just the text. Okay, and now I'm going to go to the bootstrap. Look at this, I'm going to paste it here, enter. Look at that, it has the first things that we are seeing is a text alignment. Now can you, if you scroll down, now you're gonna see this. Okay, can you see this text center? If we use this class name, then you're gonna find this. In case if I use some class names here and if you don't understand them, I'll try my best to make you understand. Even if you don't understand them, what you're gonna do is you're gonna copy it, you're gonna come to bootstrap, you're gonna paste it here, and you can read all the documentation which will make you understand through the explanations given by the documentation. Alright, so once that's done, let's actually make this one. Where is our project? Here is it. Now let's make this text in blue color as like as our finalized project. If I scroll down, look at this. Oh, by the way, the font family of this text is actually called Ubuntu. We're gonna work with that as well, don't worry about that. So let's actually come back here and look at this. I'm gonna wrap this inside a span tag. In order to write the span tag really quickly, look at this, SPAN, and also put the dot so that it also includes our class name. Okay, now hit tab. There we go. Can you see this? It also generated us the class name along with the span tag. Okay, now I'm gonna cut it from here. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it. There we go. And now you're gonna remove this from here. It actually got generated automatically. Now look at this. Here I'm gonna write text primary. This primary represents the blue color. This is the primary color in bootstrap. Okay, now let's go back to our result screen. Look at that, it is in blue color. All right, now for the font family, can you see this? Let's change the font family as well. It is called Ubuntu, and most probably I guess this is called Poppins. Okay, so in order to change that, so I'm gonna go to my can you see this, index.css, come back here and look at this. It has a bunch of font family which we don't need. We just need this one. Can you see this, Ubuntu? Okay, so now I'm gonna remove everything from here. All right, and remove this one from here as well. Save it. There we go. Now I'm gonna cut it from here, Control X. I'm gonna make a separate class. Okay, dot Ubuntu. Look at this, Ubuntu. Oh, sorry, not like that. Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu curly bracket. Now look at that. I'm gonna paste it like this. Okay, look at this, font family Ubuntu. Now wherever I use this class name, it's gonna get converted to the font family of Ubuntu. Let me actually show you a demo. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this from here and I'm gonna go to my app.js. And do you see this? I want this text, the Rick and Morty Wiki, to be converted to the Ubuntu class. Okay, now I have put it here. I have saved it. Let's go back. Now there we go. If I refresh the page, now look at that. It is still in this format, which I mean in this font family. If I look at the original one, look at this. This is the original one. This is our project. And now look at this. It has margin top, margin bottom as well. How to do it? Look at this. If I go to my documentation here and if I write spacing here, now look at this. It has margin and padding. The documentation is actually here. So M for margin. Let me actually zoom in a little bit. So look at this. M for margin, P for padding. Okay, so it has a bunch of properties like top, bottom, start, left, end, X and Y. So we need which one? We need the top and bottom. So look at this. This is the X axis. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is the X axis and this one is the Y axis. X means left, right, Y, top and bottom. Okay. So in order to target the top and bottom, we need Y. Okay. Let me actually show you this. So you're going to come back here and write MY, which is margin top and bottom. minus, you have 5 levels of margin from 1 to up to 5. This is the maximum. Let's use 4. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Now let's go back. Look at that. We have I guess you didn't see that, but let me actually show you. So I'm gonna use margin top bottom 5. Okay, I'm gonna make this smaller and look at this. Okay, look at here. I'm gonna save it here. Okay, look at that. Now can you see that it changed? The margin changed. So I'm gonna put it back to 4 here. I really hope that you understood how to use this margin. Okay. Alright guys, so far so good. We are done setting up our project. Alright guys, the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna make the folder structure for our project. But before that, let's go back to our main project and look at this. I have divided this entire project into components. So how many components are here? Count with me. The search option is one component. The second one is the filter. This is the third one, which is the cards. And if I scroll down, then do you see this pagination option? This is the fourth component. So in total we have 4 components. So according to these components, we're going to make the folder structure. So follow along with me. Okay, so inside this source folder, can you see this? Click this. Okay, let me actually zoom in a little bit so that you can see it better. Alright, so there we go. And inside this source, I'm gonna click this one. Okay, and then I'm gonna create a folder named components. Okay, follow along. Components, there we go. And inside here we're gonna make 4 folders. Okay, the first one will be cards. Okay, like this. The second one, don't worry about this one. So currently we are on the cards folder. Okay, click this components folder. Okay, and then you click this. Now you're gonna write search. There we go. And then we have filters. Okay, filters, there we go. And then the last one will be pagination. Perfect. Now listen, inside every folder, create a file, something like this. Look, this is the cards. Okay, so inside here I'm gonna make a file named cards.js, something like this. Okay, cards.js. Alright, do the same thing for the filters as well as for all the other folders. Okay, follow along. So here I'm gonna make filters.js, pagination.js. Alright, and for here I'm gonna make the search.js. There we go. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to write HTML markup for our project, and we're going to also use the bootstrap grid system so that we can make the layout for our project. For an example, look at this. Okay, so I have used the grid model of bootstrap to lay out all of this cards, these filters, so on and so forth. Okay, let me actually show you the documentation. So if you come back to bootstrap and if you come to this layout section, can you see this? Okay, look at this. So now we have the container, the grid. Okay, I'm gonna access this grid here. Okay, so now if I scroll down, look at this. Can you see this? In order to access the grid, you gotta write this div with the class name container, and then you gotta write the row, and then you have to write the columns like this. Look at this. This is the row. Okay, we have one single row, and how many columns can you see? Here we have 3 columns. In the same way, look at this, how it is written. Here are 3 columns and 1 single row. So look at our original project. Okay, so this filters, can you see this? It is carrying 3 columns. How many columns are in this filter? 3. And how many columns will this cards occupy? This card.js file will occupy 8 columns. So 3 plus 8 is equal to how much? 11. By the way, in a bootstrap grid, there are 12 columns in one row. So look at this row here. Okay, in this row there will be 12 columns, and out of those 12 columns, this one is occupying how much? 3, and this one will be occupying how much? 8. So 8 plus 3, 11, and the remaining one column I have kept that intentionally blank so that we can do some spacing and stuffs as well. So that's that. Let's do that. So I'm gonna go back to my VS Code. Oh, by the way, so after actually assigning 8 columns here, so if you write the row again, now you can just divide this space again by 12. Let me show you. Okay, don't worry about that. So I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, and do you see this app.js? I'm gonna come back here, and below this one, okay, I'm going to write which one? The container. Why container? Because if you want to access the grid model, So look at this. First you gotta write the container. Okay, so let's do that. Dot container. Okay, there we go. And here I'm gonna write container. Okay, and inside here, first of all, I gotta write what? And inside here, I'm gonna have to write the row. Okay, dot row tab. There we go. And now listen, let me actually go back. So on the original project, this will be occupying 3 much. For now, just ignore this search bar. Okay, we're gonna make that later on. So we're gonna occupy this one will occupy 3 columns. Okay, so let's make that. So I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna write dot col -3. Okay, tab. There we go. And the cards will occupy how many columns? 8. Okay, so I'm gonna write that here as well. Look at this, dot col -8 tab. There we go. And now let's go to my filter section. Can you see this? I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna write RAFCE tab. So it's gonna generate me React arrow function. So look at this, R for React, A for arrow function, AF for arrow function, C for component, E for export. Okay, look at this tab. So how did I actually do this? Did you remember that we have installed an extension named ES7? Wait, let me actually show you. ES7 React Redux. This extension, it is doing its magic. So this shortcut that I have showed you, RAFCE, it is actually mentioned here. Okay, so if you read this doc here, then you can find it. All right, so that's up to you. So I'm gonna go back here and then I'm gonna hit tab. There we go. It has created me this exportable functional component. All right, now I'm gonna write filters. Okay, filters. This is just a dummy text. Okay, and now I'm gonna import this inside my main app.js file. Inside where? Inside this. So how to do it? Follow along. Okay, you're gonna write this angle bracket and write filter. So can you see this option, filters? And look at this, it is also showing me the path. In case if you don't find the path, like look at this, if I click here, then automatically, look at this, it is automatically importing me this file. From where? From this source. All right, so in case if you don't find the option, just manually write it. Okay, how to manually write this? Look at this. First of all, you're gonna write import, okay, filters from, okay, double quotes, and then don't write anything manually, just use IntelliSense. Okay, dot slash it, and then in case if you don't find this option, if it looks something like this, then do this. Okay, control space, then you're gonna find all of these options. Okay, then you're gonna hit components slash, then in case if you still can't find it, look at this, control space, you can find this. Okay, now you're gonna move to which section? It's gonna be filters slash filters. There we go. Excellent. Now you're gonna copy this, scroll down, do you see this section? Paste it here after writing angle bracket. Okay, paste it. There we go. Now let's go back to the results section so that we can see what we got so far. So this is what we got so far. All right, by the way, do you see this h1 tag? This doesn't look similar to this one. Why is that? That's because I have actually zoomed in the page so that you can see it better. Let me actually zoom out like this. Okay, now look at this, it looks quite similar. All right, I really hope that you understood it. So I'm going to zoom in so that you can see it better. So filters are done. Now let's do it for the card section. All right, so now I'm going to come back here and listen. So I'm going to go back to the main project. Oh, not this one, sorry. I'm going to come back to this main project. So listen, this section is occupying how many columns? 8 columns. Okay, and then I have divided these cards again. Okay, so each of these cards are actually occupying 4 columns each. So how is this possible? Okay, so after writing, let me actually show you how I did this. Okay, then you're gonna get clear. So do you see this? It is actually how many columns? 8 columns. So now listen, if you write row again, now do you know how many columns you have access to? You have access to 12 more columns inside here. So now look at this. Okay, dot col -4. Okay, so you can write this how many times? 3 times. Okay, look, let me actually show you. Look, cards like this, copy this, paste it here 2 times. Look at this, I have saved it. If I go back and on the result screen, now look at that, I have equally distributed this space, not that one, sorry. I have equally distributed the remaining space among these cards. So how many cards can you see here? 3 cards. But if I go back here, then here you can see 20 cards each page. Okay, 20 here. If I go to page number 2, there will be 20 more cards. Okay, so you might be wondering that I have to just copy paste it how many times? 20 times. No. I will be using a map function so that I can automatically generate the cards. Okay, so look at this folder here. Okay, I'm gonna use this component to make the structure for the cards, and then I'm gonna also use the map function so that I can just extract the data from the API and automatically do all of this. Don't worry, I'm gonna show all of this to you. All right, for now I will not be writing this here. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, now listen, instead of writing here directly, go back to your card component here. All right, and now make an exportable functional component, RFC tab. There we go. And inside here, just write cards. Okay, just a dummy text. Now listen, you're gonna import this inside your main component app.js. How to do it? Look at this. All right, in case if you don't find the option, then just manually write it, just like I have written this filters. Okay, now look at this angle bracket, and then I'm gonna write cards. Now look at this, I am finding this option. All right, there we go. Excellent. Now let's go back. Okay, over here. So you can see just one single card. That's because I have written it just one single time. Now listen, I'm gonna write here class name, okay, equal to double quotes call -4. Okay, so now if I just write the same thing 2 more times, look at this. I'm gonna copy this, paste it here. Okay, look at this. Now if I go back, there we go, we have the structure complete. I'm gonna remove this from here. Alright guys, the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna fetch data from an API. So follow along with me. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna go to our browser, then we're gonna write Google. Okay, and here we're gonna write Rick and Morty API. Okay, Rick and Morty, there is it. Okay, Rick and Morty API. Once you're here, you're gonna see this. Okay, Rick and Morty API.com. Okay, select this and you're gonna find this page. Okay, and then you go to docs. Alright, so first thing you're gonna get is a GraphQL support. So we don't need this, we need REST API. Okay, so you're gonna come here and do you see this? You have the REST API here. Alright, so this is the base. Okay, so you can use this, and by the way, can you see this? These are all the options that you have. Okay, so you have the characters, and let me actually zoom in. You have the character option, you have the location, you have the episode. So let's actually go and compare this with our original project. Okay, look at this. So this is called the character wiki. Okay, so for this tutorial we need this one. Okay, we don't need this location and episodes for now. We're gonna work with characters first. All right, so in order to use this, first of all, copy it. Okay, copy this like this, Control C. All right, and I'm gonna go back here, back into this app.js. Okay, so here I'm gonna scroll up. Let me actually zoom out a little bit. Okay, so below this, I'm gonna first of all make a variable. Okay, let API equal to, listen, we will not use double quotes here, but if we use double quotes, then do you know what will happen? We cannot use variables inside here. Let me actually show you a demo. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, oh, I made a mistake, my bad. All right, so I'm gonna remove those things from there so that it looks like a string. There we go. So at the moment it is inside a string. Okay, this is a string. So let's say that I'm having a page number here. Okay, so let page number is equal to, let's say, number 7. Okay, so how to actually fetch data from here using the page number? Okay, let me show you. So if you go back to the website, so look at this. If I scroll down, now can you see this? What is this? This is the API with the character, and look at this. Can you see what is this? Page number 2. So let me actually copy that from here, Control C. Okay, and now I'm gonna put it here. There we go, Control V. I guess I made a mistake. Yes, I forgot the slash. There we go. Now listen, if we want to use this variable inside here, we cannot do this because it is a string. But if you want to use variables inside here, which we will be doing, because listen, we will be using the use state hook to change the page number. Okay, let me show you. If I go back to the original document, if I scroll down, look at this. How many pages? 42 pages. So if I click this 3 here, do you know what will happen? This page number here will get changed. So when this one gets changed, this will change as well. And that's how we're getting all the cards here. And instead of using this string here, we're gonna use a template literal, okay, which is in backtick format. Look at this. I'm gonna remove this from here, and now I'm gonna remove that from there as well. Look at this. I'm gonna select all of it, and now I'm gonna give backticks. There we go. And now in order to use the variable inside here, okay, I'm gonna remove that. First of all, I'm gonna write the $sign and then curly bracket. There we go. Now listen, I can pass the variable inside here. Can you see this here? Alright, now listen, for this tutorial I'm gonna use 2 hooks, the use state hook and the use effect hook. Let me show you. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna come at the top here and you're gonna write imrc tab, which is import react component. Look at that. Can you see that? Now listen, instead of this component, I'm going to write here use state, state, and then use effect. In case if you forgot how these 2 hooks work, don't worry, I'm going to show you a little bit about it. Okay, so now I'm going to come back here, and do you see this page number? I'm going to convert this to a use state hook. Look at this, let. Okay, now I'm going to write here page number. Okay, and then I'm going to write update, or you can also say write set page number. Okay, something like this. Look at that. Oh, I made a mistake, my bad. Set page number. Look at this. So this is a variable and this one is a function. And do you see this? Number 1, this is the default value. So what is the page number set to right now? It is set to page number 1. But if you want to change the page number, look at this. I can also write 7 here directly. So this will be the default page number. What is it? Come on, tell me. Default page number. So using this set page number, this is the what? This is the function. Using this, I'm gonna bind this inside this buttons. Okay, so whenever I click number 4, do you know what will happen? Whenever I click this number 4, it's gonna update our page number, which means that it's gonna become 4 as well. So now listen, I'm gonna make it default number 1, and do you see this page number here? This is the variable. I'm gonna put it here. So this is the main logic of how the page numbers work and how they change. Okay, now let me actually tell you how to fetch data from here. So in these cases, we're going to use something called use effect hook. Look at this. Okay, let me actually write and then I'm going to explain. Okay, in order to write an use effect hook, follow along. Okay, use effect. Okay, this one, and then brackets. All right, now listen here, inside these brackets we're going to write a arrow function. Look at this. Okay, something like this, arrow function, then curly bracket. Now listen here, put a comma. After putting the comma, you're gonna put a square bracket here. Now listen, inside this square bracket, I'm gonna put this API inside here. This is the watch. So whenever, the main theory of putting this API inside here is that, listen, whenever our API changes, I want to fetch new data inside here. Let me give you a small demo. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my here on the finalized project. Now listen, let me actually refresh that. Now look at this. Do you know what is the default page number? It is set to what? 1. Okay, now I'm going to go back here. So whenever I click this number 2, which function runs? Tell me, which function runs when I press number 2? This function runs, which is set page number. So whenever I click number 2 here, then it's gonna run this function, and then it's gonna update our variable to page number what? Page number 2. And listen, since we are changing this, it also means that we're changing the API, because I have directly connected this variable inside here using a template literal, which means that if this API changes, then this use effect hook will run as well. Now listen, inside here I'm gonna make an async function. By the way, there are a lot of ways to write function. Okay, let me show you 3 ways to write functions. Okay, the first one is the regular function. Look at this, async. Let me actually first of all write the example with the function. Okay, function ABC brackets and then curly bracket, okay, like this. So this is the first way. And the second way is you can use arrow function like this. Look, let ABC is equal to bracket, okay, arrow function and then curly bracket. There we go. That's like the second way. Let me actually replace this name with, let's say, BCD. There we go, something like this. Now what's in common between these two functions? If you want to run this function, you gotta write the name, something like this. Look, we have defined this function. Now if you want to run it, you have to write it like this, ABC then brackets. There we go. Now this function will run. But there is something called IIFE, immediately invoked functional expression. Let me actually show you. Okay, so if I Google it, look at this, IIFE, okay, JS. Now listen, now look at this. Okay, so if I click here, now look at this, and IIFE, which is let me actually zoom in. Immediately invoked functional expression is a JavaScript function that runs as soon as it is defined. Let me show you. So in order to define an IIFE, what you have to do is look at the regular function. Let me actually bring it back. So there's one, let me actually remove that as well. So this is the regular function. First you have to define it and then you have to invoke it. But in the IIFE, look at this. First of all, we're gonna write brackets, okay, and then we're gonna write the function here, function. Then listen, we don't have to write the name of the function. Do you see this? Look at this. In the regular function, we have to write the name, okay, but in this IIFE, we don't have to write the name. We just directly write the function. All right, and in order to invoke it, look at this, I'm gonna write brackets here. There we go. This is our IIFE, immediately invoked functional expression. So we are not gonna use this, we're gonna use this. All right, and since we're using asynchronous functions to fetch data from our API, we're gonna use async here. There we go. Now listen, inside here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna fetch data. How to do it? Okay, we're gonna write something called let data is equal to, then we have to write await, something like this, okay, and then we're gonna write the fetch, okay, then we're gonna pass the API, which is this one here. All right, so what this line is doing is that it's gonna fetch the data from our API. Okay, so do you know why we write this await keyword here? That's because it is to tell the JavaScript that wait for a little bit as long as our fetch function doesn't fetch data from this API. Alright, so if we don't write this, do you know what will happen? Since JavaScript runs from the top to the bottom, immediately it will not wait for this. Alright, and what will happen is our code will break. That's why we're gonna have to write this await, so that we can let JavaScript know that wait a little bit, because it will take some time here to fetch data from our API. That's why we write this. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna convert this raw data into JSON format. Look at this. We're gonna write .then, okay, brackets, and then we're gonna write res, okay, and then you're gonna make an arrow sign here like this, and then you're gonna convert this response into JSON, something like this. Look, res.json. By the way, do you see this? This is actually GitHub Copilot. It is working in the background. So let me actually close this. There we go. It is closed. Let's move on. Res.json. There we go. Now, if you want to check it, what you're gonna do is you're gonna console log it. Okay, console.log. There we go. We're gonna write data here. Okay. Now let's actually test whether it's working or not. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my results screen. I'm going to close this. Okay, now I'm going to come back here and not here, actually here. So I'm going to open the console. Now look at this. I'm going to make it bigger. I guess you can see this. Okay, now look at this. We have something called an object. Okay, let me actually expand this. Now look at this. We have two ends. We have the info section and the results section. Do you see all of this? Now if I, let's say, want to open up number 2, now look at this. We have all the data of our character number 2. Now look at this. The gender is female, ID number 3, image is here. So we have the location of the image, location of the character, name of the character, which is Summer Smith, and a lot of data here. Okay, now look at this. These are all the data for our characters, which will go towards where? It will go towards our card section, okay, in this section. And look at this end, not the results actually, inside this info section. Can you see what is this? We have the next, which is page number 2. Then we have the pages. It is showing us how many pages does this API carry. So this section will go inside our pagination so that we can work with these pages. Can you see this? So that we can also work with these pages as well. So now listen, I'm gonna go back here, and in order to fetch just only the data, what we have to write is, look at this, dot results, okay. Then we can see only the results, something like this. Look, it was previously fetching both the info section and the results. Now it will only generate the results here, okay. So I'm gonna come back here and listen. Okay, now I'm gonna come back. Listen, we don't want to console log it every time. We want to store it in a variable. Follow along with me, okay. Now this is the state for holding the page number. We're gonna make another state which will hold our what, character information. Look at this, let, okay. And now I'm gonna write here fetch. You can write anything. I'm gonna write fetched data, comma, update fetched data, okay. And then I'm going to write use state here, okay. And here inside these brackets I'm going to put an empty array. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to change this, okay. So since the data is coming from this asynchronous function, and then it is getting stored inside this data, okay. So I'm gonna remove this from here, and do you see this? This is called a variable, and this one is called a function, okay. Copy this from here and paste it here like this, all right. And inside here, do you see this data? I'm gonna pass the data like this. Look at that, all right. Now listen, I'm gonna save it, and in order to test whether it's working or not, look at this. I'm gonna console log it, okay. Console, oh, not this one, console.log, okay. And now I'm gonna write this fetched data inside there. Let's pass it, okay, and then now save it, okay. Now let's go back to our results screen. I'm gonna delete everything from here and refresh it, okay. Now look at this. I have this info section. Can you see this? We have this two ends, okay, info and the results. This holds all of our characters, and this carries the information like next page or previous page and all the page numbers, including this count here, okay. So now listen, if I go back here, if I only want to work with the characters, which is only the results, only this one, then what do I have to write? I have to write fetch data, and then I have to put this dot results, results. Or if I want to work with only info, then I have to write this dot info, which is a pain, a little bit of pain, because every time you have to write two things together. But if you want to get rid of this pain, follow along, okay. This is something called destructuring. Look at this, let, okay, destructure equal to, which one do you want to destructure? Fetch data, okay. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, okay. Now how many ends do I have? Two ends, okay, info and the results. Look at this, I'm going to write info here and the results here, results, results. There we go. Now listen, if you want to only work with results, copy this, okay, and paste it here by removing that. Control V, Control S. Now look at that. If I go back, now look at this, it will only fetch me the results and nothing else. But if you want to work with this end, sure, you can do it. Now listen, what's the main purpose of breaking down this one? That's because, do you see this results? It carries all the characters. So we're gonna pass these results inside our card component. Can you see this? Let me actually zoom in. Look at this. I'm gonna pass these results inside this card component so that I can make cards, okay. And this is info section. I'm gonna pass this inside pagination so that I can make pages. That's why I have just destructured it. All right. So once more, let me actually make you understand how the mechanics are working, okay. The very first thing is, let me actually remove that from here. The very first thing is, first of all, I have stored the API link inside this API variable, okay. And then instead of making it into a string, I made it into a template literal so that I can use, so that I can work with variables here. All right. So what is the default page number? The default page number is 1. Okay, it is number 1, page number 1. So whenever we load up our React app, it will load up. It will run for the first time. Okay, now for the first time, it's gonna load up all the data according to this API, which is set to page number 1. Okay, and now look at this watch here. I have put a watch on this API, which means that whenever our page number changes, then it's gonna run again and fetch fresh data. Let me actually show you a demo. Okay, so look at this here. Okay, console.log. Okay, and now I'm gonna write here results. Look at this. So what is the page number here? It is set to number 1. Now look at the results on the console. Okay, now look at this. Okay, this is how many ID. Look at the ID 1 2 3 4 5 6 up to how much? 20. Let me actually remove that from there, and I'm gonna come back here. Look at this. If I put here page number, let's say 5, I'm gonna save it. Now if I come back here, now look at this. The ID number changes, which means that we have a different set of characters. So that's how the mechanics works. Okay, let me actually show you the final one. So look at this. Okay, this is set to page number 1, and I have attached this one. Do you see this function? Set page number. I have attached that here. So if I click number 3, do you know which function will run the moment I click here? The moment I click page number 3, this one will get updated, which eventually means that this will get updated as well. In the same way, when this one gets changed, this function will run immediately, which means that it's gonna load up more fresh data from the API, and then it's gonna update the entire page. So that's how these mechanics are working here. I really hope that you understood this section, because this is the very crucial section, the data fetching section. Alright guys, the next thing that we're going to be building is our card component. Do you see this? Okay, so let me actually show you the finalized project. So our cards will look something like this. Okay, and do you see this? This is called the badge. So let's make this. Okay, so in order to make those, first of all, before everything else, come to your app.js. Okay, and then do you see this one? On the fetch data, we have destructured it into info section and the results. Now listen, we're gonna pass this inside our cards component. Look at this. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this, Control C. Okay, scroll down, and then do you see this here? I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, and then equal to curly bracket, paste it again. There we go. Now listen, I have passed this inside the cards component. Now listen, I'm gonna go back to my cards component and I'm gonna destructure it. Look at this. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste it. There we go. Now if I console log it, then we can see the results of our fetched data. Look at this, console.log. Okay, and now here I'm gonna write which one? Results. There we go. Now I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna remove this one. Okay, I'm gonna remove this console log from here. And by the way, do you see this use state? Put it to number 1, which means that it is currently set to page number 1. All right, now I'm gonna go back to here on my results screen, and look at this. I'm gonna clear everything, and now look at this. I have my results screen here. Perfect. Now let's map all of this results to card. Okay, so follow along. So here's the thing. Okay, so let me actually show you something. So if I come back here and if I write, let's say Rick. Okay, now not Rick, let's say I'm gonna write here Smith. Okay, look at this. So whenever I write the Smith here, it fetches me all the character which has the name of Smith. Alright, so let's say that I have written something here which is not searchable, which is not inside the database. Now look at this. I am getting this message called no characters found. So how did I make this? Let me show you how I did this. Okay, now in order to make the same feature, follow along. Okay, so now here I'm gonna write an if statement. Look at this, if. Okay, and then I'm gonna write brackets. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass this results inside here. It means that, listen, this means that if the results, if there is any data inside these results, then you're gonna run this function. Okay, this is what we're telling to the JavaScript. Else what we're gonna do is we're gonna run this. Okay, so what did we run here? Let me actually show you. Wait a second. Look at this. We have got no characters found. Okay, Control C. I'm gonna paste the same thing here, and don't worry, I'm gonna put this inside a variable. Alright, so now in order to do it in a perfect way, let's make a small variable. Okay, let display. Okay, something like this. Okay, equal to, now I will just make it only a variable. Okay, I will just declare it. I will not assign any values here. I'm just gonna put it like this. And do you see this display here? I'm gonna copy this. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it here like this, equal to, and make this one a string. There we go. And do you see this one? I'm gonna display it here instead of displaying the cards directly here. So something like this. Look at this. I'm gonna remove this from here. Okay, and for the display I'm gonna copy this, and now I'm gonna write curly bracket, paste it here like this. There we go. This is my card here. I mean the display here. All right, now let's go back to our VS Code here. Okay, and inside this if statement I'm gonna write the same thing. Okay, display, Control C, Control V here, and then equal to. Now listen, I'm gonna make a map here. Okay, I'm gonna use the map function to automatically generate my cards. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here, something like this. Okay, and then dot map. All right, and now I'm gonna write brackets here. By the way, do you see this? Our display is getting enclosed by this div tag. You can also put this empty, which we're gonna do it. So these are called empty tags. There we go. So I'm gonna put it as it is like this. All right, now back to my results.map inside here. So listen, let's actually go to console log. Okay, and let's inspect what do we have. Okay, console.log results. There we go. All right, so now I'm gonna go back here. Oh my god, I just broke something. Let me check. Yeah, I actually broke this one. I'm just gonna comment this. Okay, now look at this. If I go back to my results screen, I'm gonna actually clean it, and then I'm gonna refresh. Now look at this. Inside here, do you know how many items do I have in total? Look at this length. We have 20 items. Okay, so if I come back here, I'm gonna actually uncomment this. Now listen, I'm gonna write anything I wish. Okay, you can write anything you wish, but for this project I'm just gonna write X. Okay, and then I'm gonna make an arrow function equal to, and then arrow sign, curly bracket. All right, now why did I actually write this X? This X actually represents, I mean for this results, look at this, I'm mapping the results. Okay, so this X will target this results one by one, something like this. Look, first of all it's gonna target the 0. Oh sorry, and then it's gonna target 1, then it's gonna target 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so on and so forth. So this one is working like that. I hope you understood why we wrote this X here and also this arrow function. And the next thing that I'm gonna write is the return statement. Okay, return. So once we are successful in making this, we're gonna return something inside here. Okay, let's say I'm gonna return, what was it? If I come back to the results screen, the original one, let's actually refresh this one. Now if you can recall, these cards, wait a second, these cards, each of these cards are occupying how much space? Tell me. 4 columns each. So I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna write that. Okay, look at this, dot. Okay, col -4. All right, and then I'm gonna hit tab. There we go, we have it here. And now inside here, not actually here, yes, here, I'm gonna write something dummy. Okay, something like this. Now I'm gonna save it. Now if I go back onto the results screen, now look at this. What do I have? I have this dummy text here. How many dummy text are here? 20. How much? 20. Now listen, instead of this, I want to print the name. What is it? The name. Okay, now listen, if I come back here and if I open the developer console, look at this. Oh, it's just complaining that each child in the list should have a unique key. Don't worry, I'm coming to that point. Okay, so I'm gonna open this array here, which is coming from my fetch API. Okay, so now let's open anything. Let's open number 9. Now what do I have? Look at this. I have the gender, the ID, image, name, so on and so forth. Then what do I need for this ID? Can you see this ID? I'm gonna use it as a key, something like this. Look, I'm gonna come back here and look at this, key equal to oh, by the way, let's actually first of all destructure it. So in order to destructure this X, follow along. Okay, let, okay, curly bracket equal to X. Now listen, what do I need? I need the ID. Okay, look at this, I have written this ID. Now if I come back to my key, if I write ID here, I'm gonna save it. Now look at this result screen. I'm gonna refresh it. Now look at this, it is not complaining that it is not complaining about the key. So that's really good. And then the next thing that I have is the name. Can you see this? Can you see this name here? All right, now I'm gonna come back here And now I'm gonna destructure the name like this. There we go. I'm gonna copy this, and instead of writing here like this, I'm just gonna write the name here. Oh, not like that actually. Curly bracket, paste it. Okay, there we go. If I come back here, now look at that. I have the name of all the characters inside page number 1. Why page number 1? Look at this. I'm currently inside page number 1. Let me show you. Wait a second. Here is it. It is set to page number 1 by default. If I change the page number here to 10, then it's gonna fetch me the results from page number 10. There we go. Let's look at our finalized project. Okay, it is actually here. So what do we have? Listen, we have this image, number 1. Then what do we have? This name. And then we have something called last location. So let's make the structure according to this project over here. All right, now I'm gonna go back to my VS Code and let's make the structure properly. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna remove this, and now I'm gonna write a dot. Okay, and then tab. It's gonna create me this div. All right, now inside here I'm gonna make an image tag. Follow along. Okay, img tab along with the class name. Okay, look at this, img then dot. Okay, and then hit tab. There we go. Now listen, do you see this source? I'm gonna put a comma here, and then I'm gonna write image. Okay, because this image is also inside our database. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna remove this from here and curly bracket. Okay, paste it here like this. Now if I go back to the result screen, then look at this, we have this. Okay, it is not organized properly. It looks very bad. Okay, so in order to style this, and by the way, this is not responsive. Look at that, the images are not responsive. So in order to make it responsive, there is a class called image fluid in bootstrap. That's why I wrote this class name here. So I'm gonna write there, wait a second, I'm gonna write here img fluid. Okay, before saving it, I want to show you what this does. Okay, so look at all of these images. Okay, I'm gonna save it right now. Look at that. There we go. It is now styled perfectly fine. All right, excellent. Now in order to write the content name, okay, I mean the card names. Okay, so follow along. So first of all, I'm gonna create another div. Okay, dot tab. All right, now let's actually go back to the finalized project. Look at this, we have inside these cards the name. First of all, the name, and then last location, and then we have the location name as well. So come back to VS Code. So inside here, this will be our content. Okay, content, which will have all the text and everything. Okay, so now write dot tab. Inside here, write curly bracket, then pass the name. So where did I get this from? I actually got it from here. Okay, after we destructured our data. All right, now save it. Let's go back. Now we have the name here as well. Now listen, look at this. Okay, it is in bold, and we also have some gap in the bottom as well. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here and look at this. I'm gonna write fs -4, which means font size -4. Let me actually show you where I got this from. I'm gonna go back to the official website of Bootstrap. Here is it. So now I'm gonna write here text txt, enter. And if I scroll down, I'm on the wrong place. Sorry, txt. Here is it. Look at that. If I scroll down, then you're gonna find this. Okay, here is it. So fs1 is the largest. Okay, font size 2, 3 up to 6 levels. Okay, I'm gonna use level number, which one? 4. Okay, and in order to make it bold, I'm gonna write fw -bold. There we go. And in order to put some gap, I mean not the gap actually, I mean if I want to put some margin at the bottom, so I'm gonna use mb. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here and write here mb -4. All right, so I'm gonna come back here and look at that, we have some gap here. Now on the original project, look at this, we have something called last location citadel of rigs. This is coming from the API, and we have to write this. Okay, so follow along. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my VS Code here, and do you see this content below this name? Okay, I'm gonna create another div. Look at this, dot div. Okay, not actually that one, dot tab. Okay, and inside here I'm gonna write dot again. So here I'm gonna write last location. Okay, and I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. So in order to make it small, fs -6 will do that job. And now here I'm gonna write dot tab again, and here I'm gonna pass the location. So follow along. Okay, first of all I have to restructure it. Okay, so how to restructure it? Look at this, comma, and write location here, LOCA, location. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this, paste it here after writing the curly bracket, something like this. Okay, so now if I save it, if I go back to the result screen, now on the result, here is it. So if I refresh it, then we can't see anything. That's because we have made an error. So in order to solve this, so if I open the console here, and where is our, here is it. Okay, so if I open this up, look at this. So if I open anyone, okay, I'm gonna open ID number 2. Now look at this, can you see this location? It has some properties here. Okay, look at this, we have the URL and also the name. Now look at this, I'm gonna go back here and write dot name. Okay, I just only want the name, not the entire object. So the entire object is which one? Look at this, this object, this location object has name and the URL. Now look at that, our problem is solved and it is working perfectly fine. All right, now let's make this text a little bit bigger. Okay, something like this. Look, I'm gonna write fs minus 5, fs minus 5. I'm gonna save it. Now let's go back. There we go, this one looks bigger than the last location. Perfect. Let's go back to the original project. Okay, so look at this, can you see this badge? So where did I actually get this from? If I come back to bootstrap, if I write badge, something like this, look. Okay, so if I scroll, I'm on the wrong place, my bad. BADGE, badge, wait a second, here is it. Okay, now if I come back and scroll down here, now look at this, I have multiple options. Okay, blue color, gray color, success color, danger color, warning color, so on and so forth. So now look at this project. So if our character is alive, it's gonna be in green color. If it is dead, then it's gonna be in red color. And if it is unknown, if the status is unknown, then it's gonna be in gray color. So if I come back here and if I open the console, look at this, I have all the ID, I mean all the characters have something called status, whether it is dead, alive, or unknown. So we're gonna use that as well. So let's go back to our VS Code, and first of all we're gonna target this parent element. Look at this, this is the parent. Okay, now here I'm gonna write position relative. Okay, position relative, there's it. All right, so look at this, I'm gonna close this. Okay, can you see this one? This is the closing tag. Okay, before the closing tag, which is actually here. Okay, before the closing tag here, I'm gonna make another div. Okay, with the class name badge dot badge. So where did I get this badge class name from? I actually got it from here, from bootstrap. Look at this, do you see this badge? Then we have the BG primary, secondary, so on and so forth. I just need which one? The danger one. Okay, follow along. So I'm gonna write here BG danger. There we go. And inside here I'm gonna write anything. Okay, for now just let's write something dummy. Okay, alive. Or perhaps let's not do this. Okay, come here and put a comma here and then write here status. This will show us the status of our character. All right, so I'm going to come back here and write curly bracket, paste it here. Okay, let's go back to our result screen. Now look at that, do you see this? We have a badge. Now let's style it so that it is on here, on this corner of our card. Now how to actually do this? Okay, so do you remember that we have written position relative for the parent one? We're going to use position absolute for this one. Okay, something like this. Look, position absolute, position absolute. Now let's look for some changes, if it changed anything or not. Okay, it changed nothing, so don't worry about that. We're gonna do those changes. So I'm gonna come back here, and now I'm gonna come here. Okay, and inside here I'm gonna make a style sheet. Okay, look at this, style sheet for our card component. So how to do it? Look at this, I'm gonna put a plus sign. Okay, now write cards dot wait a second, let me actually expand this so that you can see it. Cards dot module dot scss, or you can also use css as you like. I'm going to use sass. Okay, now before saving it, listen, before hitting the enter button, do this, Control A, Control C for copying it. Okay, and now you hit enter. There we go. And now listen, you're going to come back to your cards component here and scroll at the very top. Now here, so do you remember that we have copied the name? Look at this. Okay, I'm gonna write import here. Now I'm gonna write styles, or you can write anything you wish. Okay, you can write anything you wish here, but I'm gonna write styles like this. Okay, styles from, look at this, double quotes dot slash. Okay, in case if you don't have this option, if you don't see this, now look at this. Okay, something like this, and now you're gonna hit control space. Even if you don't see this, so you have copied the name, right? Yes or no? You're gonna paste it here like this. There we go. It's gonna work perfectly fine. Now we're gonna make some styles. Okay, now the first thing that we're gonna style is this badge. Can you see this? All right, so we're gonna change the font size and we're gonna put it on the top right corner. Okay, so follow along. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here on the cards.module.sass. Here I'm gonna write dot badge. Okay, and then curly bracket. Here I'm gonna write top. Okay, I'm gonna set 10 pixels. Okay, or you can put anything you wish, and on here on the right side I'm gonna put 20 pixels. Okay, and now I'm gonna set the font size to, let's say, 17 pixels or anything or any value you wish. Okay, now listen, how to actually use this inside our cards, where inside this badge, how to do it. In order to do it, so you actually have to write this one, something like this. Look, styles dot, and then you have to put the, oh, not that one, actually this one, styles dot badge. Okay, inside the, which one? Inside the class name. Now look at this, I'm gonna cut it from here. Okay, now I'm gonna scroll down up to this section. But here is the problem actually. If you want to use the styles, this modular styles inside your class name, you must use the curly bracket. All right, curly bracket, and then you have to paste it here like this. But listen, since this is in a string, how to actually solve this problem? Very easy. Use a template literal, something like this. Look, styles.badge. Okay, you convert this to something like this. Look, template literal by using backtick. Okay, and now you use curly bracket here, put the $sign here. So this one will act as a variable. Okay, and do you see this section? You just cut it here, Control X. Okay, and you paste it here like this. There we go. It's gonna work perfectly fine. And then remove this double quotes from here. Alright, now save it. Let's test this whether it works or not. I'm gonna go back to my result screen. There we go. It is working perfectly fine according to our finalized design. Look at this. Can you see this? Excellent. Now listen, let's style our cards. Okay, do you see this blue outline here? We're gonna put it there. Alright, now you're gonna come back to your modular style and now create a new class name. Okay, dot cards. Okay, and then curly bracket. Now listen, you're gonna write border 2px solid, and now I'm gonna paste this color. Okay, you just copy it from my screen. Okay, hashtag 0b5ed7, this one. So where did I actually get it from? Let me show you. So can you see this one, this primary color? I got it from here. So this color is actually this one, this blue color. All right, I really hope that you understood it. Now do you remember how to use modular style inside your card.js? Follow along with me. Okay, just copy this. Okay, and now you're gonna come back here, we're gonna paste it inside here. Okay, so now you're gonna remove this and curly bracket. Now then you're gonna first of all write styles. Why styles? To represent where it is coming from. It is coming from styles here. So now do this, styles dot, paste it here like this, save it. Now if I go back to the results screen, look at this, I got a beautiful border around all of my cards here. It looks perfectly beautiful. But listen, we have to also add the border radius as well. We're gonna use 10 pixel. Come back here and do you see this cards component? Write border radius, radius, put it 10 pixels. Save it. Now let's go back. Now look at this result so far. But listen, if I zoom in a little bit, now look at this. This image, can you see this image? It is not getting the border radius. Now we gotta fix that as well. I'm gonna zoom out from here and I'm gonna go back to my this component, the cards.module.sass, and now I'm gonna create a new class name. Okay, look at this, .img. Okay, curly bracket. Now border radius, first one will be 10 pixels, the second one will be 10 pixels, and then 0 0. Okay, top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. So I really hope that you understood it. I'm gonna save it. Okay, or instead of doing like this, what you can do is you can also use a variable, something like this. Look, $radius. Okay, radius colon and then 10 pixels. Okay, now you can use this variable inside here directly, something like this. Okay, you can also do it here like this, Control V, enter, space, Control V, save it. Now if I go back, look at this, we can't see any changes. That's because we also have to plug it inside our main module. Okay, follow along with me. Now I'm gonna plug it inside here. Look at this, on inside the cards.js. Do you see this here? I'm gonna convert this to a template literal. Look at this, something like this. Okay, I'm gonna select the whole thing and then curly bracket first and then backticks. Okay, and here I'm gonna write $, curly bracket, styles dot the img. This is coming from where? It is coming from here, and this one is actually coming from where? Here. Alright, so far so good. I'm gonna save it. Now if I go back to the result screen, look at that, both of our cards has a border radius of 10 pixels. Along with that, our image also has a border radius of 10 pixels. Here, here, not here, and not here. So far so good. So do you see this here? We have to put 10 pixels of padding inside our content. So follow along with me. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here. So do you see this content here? I'm gonna put 10 pixels padding here. So listen, there are two, I'm gonna give you two options. Either you write a new class name here with a class name padding, not padding actually, content, or what you can do is you can also write the styles inline here, something like this. Look, I'm gonna write here style, okay, equal to double curly bracket like this. Okay, and now you're gonna write the padding, something like this. Okay, and then you're gonna write the colon. Okay, double quotes, you're gonna put 10 pixels here, save it. Now let's look at the result. Look at that. If you want to look at that, we have 10 pixels of padding here. If you want to increase the padding, sure, why not? Let me actually show you. Okay, so now you put your eyes here. Okay, I'm gonna change the value from 10 to 30. Okay, if I save it, look at that, it's working perfectly fine. But I'm gonna put 10 pixel here. I really hope that you understood how to use this modular style and how to use this inline style here. Alright, so far so good. Now if I come back to the result screen, then look at this. Can you see this behavior? It is touching each other, but I don't want this behavior. So in order to avoid this, go back to the result screen here, not result screen, sorry. Come back to the VS Code, and do you see this? Just put MB -4, which means margin bottom 4, level 4. Okay, if you save it, if you go back, now look at that, it is not touching each other. Alright, we have a gap in between. Now the next issue is, do you see this? The alive is in red color, but we want it to be in green color. In order to change it, if I come back here and if I write here from danger to success, SUCCESS, save it. If I go back, now another problem is everything will get in green color even if the character is dead or unknown. We don't want this. So how to actually fix this? We're gonna use an if else statement. So follow along with me. Okay, so instead of writing here directly, look at this, I'm gonna write first of all curly bracket like this, and now I'm gonna make a small function, arrow function. Okay, something like this. Look, okay, so something like this, and inside here I'm gonna write if. Okay, and then if else if, something like this. Okay, else if. All right, and now else. There we go. Now listen, if our status, status is dead, something like this. If our status is, if the status of the character is dead, then we're gonna return something here. Now we're gonna write the return statement here. Okay, brackets, and now enter. And inside here, look at this, I'm gonna cut it from here. Okay, Control X. I'm gonna paste it here like this. So listen, if our character is dead, it should be in which color? BG danger. Okay, I'm gonna save it here. There we go. Now let's fill this else if statement. Okay, look at this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this from here, Control C. I'm gonna paste it here like this. Now listen, I'm gonna change it to alive. Okay, alive, and now copy this one from here, including these brackets. Okay, Control C, paste here like this, and now listen, we're gonna change it to BG success. There we go. And do the same thing for here as well for the else statement. Look at this. Okay, Control C, paste it here like this, and now listen, we're gonna change the class name from BG success to secondary, which is the gray color. Okay, SECONDARY, secondary. There we go. Don't make spelling mistakes, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, in case if you're not sure about the spelling, you're gonna go back to the website. of bootstrap, and you're gonna look at the spelling here. Okay, so I really hope that you understood it. Now listen, if I go back to the result screen, look at this, it's not working. Why is that? Let me actually give you an explanation about it. So do you remember this one? We are creating a function here, right? So this is a arrow function, but if I convert this to an IIFE, if you can recall, which is immediately invoked functional expression, which is this one. Okay, IIFE, this one. Okay, so what happens is it will not require a name, it will immediately run, okay, without even calling it. So look at this. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, we're gonna convert this arrow function to an IIFE. So follow along with me. Okay, I'm gonna select the entire thing from here, and do you see this closing bracket? Before the closing bracket, okay, I'm gonna now hit the bracket sign, something like this. Look, it is now enclosed inside a bracket. Can you see this? So if I come back here, look at this. Okay, I have enclosed this entire thing into a bracket. Now if I scroll down here, look at this. I'm gonna now invoke it like this. Look at that. There we go. Now I'm gonna save it. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the result screen. Now look at this. Okay, now it's working perfectly fine. If I refresh the page, look at this. If our character is alive, it's gonna be in green color, alive. Okay, if the character is dead, it's gonna be in red color. If it is unknown, then look at this. All right, it's gonna be in secondary color, which is the gray color. Alright guys, that's that. We are done making our cards component. On the finalized project, if I scroll down, do you see this? I made this one using React Paginate, which is actually this one. So before touching the React Paginate, I want to actually make you understand how the mechanics of pagination actually works. Okay, so in order to make you understand that, first of all, I'm going to go back to my VS Code here, and now I'm going to go to my app.js. Okay, and here, first of all, not here actually, I'm going to go back to my pagination. Do you see this pagination? I'm going to go back here, and now I'm going to create a RAFCE tab. Okay, React Functional Component, and it is also exported by default. There we go. Now here I'm going to write pagination as a basic dummy text here. Okay, now I'm gonna export it inside my, I'm gonna import it inside my app.js. So look at this. Okay, I'm gonna close this, something like this, and below this one, okay, I'm gonna write bracket pagination. Okay, can you see this option? If you don't, just write it manually. Okay, I'm gonna click this, and look at this, it is imported automatically. Look at that. Okay, there we go. Now if I go back here on the result screen, if you scroll down, look at this one. Can you see this? It's a very tiny text here. Okay, if I zoom in a little bit, look at this. Okay, don't worry, I'm gonna change that. Okay, I'm gonna go back here on my pagination here, and instead of writing it like this, I'm gonna write class name. Okay, class name equal to, then double quotes, now write container. Okay, something like this. I'm gonna save it, and here I'm gonna put two buttons. Okay, follow along with me. Okay, dot button, not actually like this, I'm gonna write button. Okay, button. Okay, and then I'm gonna put dot here, dot btn. Why btn? Because if I go back to my bootstrap, look at this, if I write button here, button, and then I'm gonna hit enter. Okay, now we're gonna have a bunch of buttons here. So look at this, how they're using it. First of all, you have to write the button tag, and then btn primary, which we're gonna use this one as the primary color. Okay, I'm gonna copy it from here, I'm gonna go back here, and do you see this? I'm gonna paste it here like this. Now without the gap, actually I'm gonna put the dot here. Okay, now control space to see this IntelliSense. Okay, now I'm gonna click this one, or you can also hit enter, not that actually, control Z. You're gonna hit *2 because we need two buttons. Okay, and now you're gonna hit tab, and now save it to format that. There we go, we have it. Now here I'm gonna write the previous. Okay, previous to represent the previous button, prev, previous. Okay, now here I'm gonna write next, something like this. Okay, so when we click these two buttons, I want a function to run. Let's define those two buttons. Okay, let next, okay, equal to brackets, arrow sign, curly bracket. This is an arrow function. Okay, make another function. Okay, look at this, let previous, prev equal to, okay, now make an arrow function here like this. There we go. Now in order to assign this function inside this button, do this. Okay, come here and right on click, okay, equal to curly bracket. So this is the previous button. Okay, write the prev, pref. Okay, don't make any spelling mistakes, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, now do the same thing here on click. Okay, equal to curly bracket, paste it. Okay, there we go, we have it so far. Now listen, I'm gonna come back to my app.js here. Do you see this? So where is this used? This set page is actually a function. This is the variable. This function is used to change this variable. So I'm going to copy this from here, Control C. I'm going to scroll down to my pagination section. I'm going to paste it equal to curly bracket, paste it here again like this. There we go. Now listen, I'm going to go back to my pagination here, okay? And now I'm going to hit the curly bracket. I'm going to paste it here. There we go. We destructured it and we got the set page number, which is a what? A function. I'm going to copy this, okay? Do you see this next function? I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna paste it here like this. Okay, now listen, I'm gonna put bracket here. Now this stage is very crucial. Look at this. You can write an arrow function. I mean, you have to write an arrow function here, but for this one you can write anything you wish, but I'm gonna put an X here. Okay, now look at this. This X actually represents the previous value. What is our previous value? Tell me. If I come back to my app.js, look at this. What is the previous value? Tell me. It is set to number 1. So which means that this X will represent number 1. And if you want to change the value to next, which is it's going to increment by 1. How much? 1. Look at this, X plus 1. That's why we put this as it is. Okay, that's why we write the statement like this. Okay, now let me actually explain this again. This X represents the previous value, which is this one. It is set to 1. If I set it to, let's say, 10, do you know what will be the previous value for this X? It's gonna be 10, which means that if I click the next, if I click this, then this will just add 1 and then it's gonna update it from 10 to 11. So once it updates our page number to 10, from 10 to 11, it's gonna update our API as well. So once this API updates, it's gonna update our use effect as well, which means we are getting fresh data from our API. Let me show you a demo. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. Okay, and here actually I'm gonna change it to 1, which is a default value. Okay, now come back to your pagination here, copy this one. Okay, paste it here and just remove this plus to a minus. Okay, there we go. And in order to test with how the thing actually works, I'm gonna go back to my app.js here, and do you see this? I'm gonna console log it like this. Look, console.log. Okay, I'm gonna console log the page number. There we go. Now let's go back to the result screen. Okay, I'm gonna come back here. The result screen is here actually. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. There we go. Now if I scroll down here, now I have it here, but let's put it on the center. Okay, in order to do it, follow along with me. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my container here. Okay, and I'm going to write dflex, which is display flex. Okay, and now write justify content center, justify content center. There we go. And now here put some gap of, let's say, 5 pixels. Okay, do it like this and now save it. Let's go back to the result screen. There we go, we have it so far. Okay, if you want to put some margin on the top and bottom, you remember that it's my margin top and bottom minus 5. There we go. If I go back here, there is it. Now listen, whenever I click this next button, look at this, what happens. Do you see this? Ants in my eye, Johnson. If I click here, now look at that. Suddenly the data changed. How did I do this? It is not magic. We just used state. Look at this. I'm going to click this next again. And look at that. The data is changing live in front of our eyes. But if I open the developer console, look at this. Can you see it is set to number 2, number 3. We are currently on page number 3. Don't worry about the styles because we're going to change it later on for the mobile version. Alright, so if I hit number 4, look at this. If I hit next, then it's going to be on number 4. So that's how everything is changing. So let's say if I click it again, it's going to be 5. But if I want to go back, look at this. I'm going to select this previous. Look at this. It changed from 5 to 4. I can do it same thing again as well. Look at that. It is page number 2. But if I keep on going back, look at this. It's going in the opposite direction. It's going to the minus. Okay, I'm on page number minus 10. But if I want to go to next, look at this, what happens. Okay, from -10 is gonna be -9, but it will not fetch us any data. Why is that? Look at that. It is still in page number -9. If I just keep clicking on it, click, 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 look at this. -7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, -1, 0, 1, and then look at this. We're on page number 2. It has fetched us new data. So this is very problematic. So in order to stop it, look at this. I'm gonna come back to here on the previous. Okay. Now look at this. I'm gonna write if. Okay. Now if the page number is set to 1, we're gonna return it like this. Okay, which means that it's gonna stop our statement. Now listen, in order to use with the page number, we have to actually pass it down as well. So I'm gonna go back to my app.js. So do you see this one, page number? I'm gonna copy this. Okay, and I'm gonna pass it inside my pagination like this. Look at that. Okay, curly bracket like this. There we go, we got it. All right, now listen, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna destructure it like this. Okay, so far so good. Now listen, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, now I'm gonna paste it here like this. If the page number is set to 1, return it, which means just stop it, don't run any further. Okay, once I have saved it, I'm gonna go back here. Now look at this, I'm gonna open the developer console. Now look at this, if I go to previous, it is set to page number how much? 1. If I try to go back, look at this, the function will not run. It stopped completely. Why is that? That's because I told our JavaScript here to stop whenever if our page number is set to 1. Perfect. Now if I go to the next page, look at that, it is working perfectly fine. So now let me actually explain the mechanics again, how the thing is working. Okay, by default, initially the page number is set to how much? It is set to 1. By the way, I'm going to remove that from here. Initially the page number is set to 1. Okay, here if you want to change the page number, you have to use this one. So I have used this one inside my this component here. Okay, on the next and on the previous one. So whenever I click the next, it changed the page number from 1 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth. So if I go back using this previous button, then it's gonna run this function and now it's gonna change the page number. So do you remember this? So do you remember this variable here? I am using template literal. So I have passed this page number inside here. So do you remember this use effect? So I have put a watch on the API variable. So whenever this changes, it's gonna load us fresh new data. I mean, it's gonna fetch fresh data from the API. That's why whenever I click this next, it changes the page number and the use effect hook runs. So when it runs, it does this. Look at this. It is fetching us new data from our API, from our server. So that's the basic mechanics of pagination. I really hope that you understood this. And don't worry, after a couple of minutes, I'm going to show you how you can use React Paginate to make our finalized design like this. There we go. It looks very neat and clean and it looks very professional. Alright guys, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make the search bar. Okay, so look at this finalized project. Do you see this? So this is the search bar here. Alright, so if I write anything like, let's say Smith, okay, look at that, it's gonna work like this. So whenever we write something here, it's gonna fetch us the characters here. Look at this. Alright, it's gonna fetch me all the characters with the name Smith. So if I scroll down, look at this. Alright, there we go. Now by the way, do you see the name of this project? Rick and Morty Wiki, and look at this, it is named React App. Let's change that first of all. So let's go back to our VS Code and how to change it. Look at this. I'm gonna go back to my public folder on the index.html. Alright, and now I'm gonna scroll down here. Do you see this? It's written React App on the title. Let's change it to Rick and Morty Wiki. Rick and Rick and Morty Wiki. Excellent. There we go. I'm going to close everything. Now listen, do you see this folder? Let me actually zoom in a little bit. Wait a second. Alright, so I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to open this. So do you see this? Search.js. Along with this, we're going to use a modular style. So follow along with me, okay? So I'm going to click this and I'm going to open a new. I'm going to name this search.module.sass. Okay? Oh, not CSS, sass. Excellent. There we go. Now we're going to import this inside our search.js, something like this. Look, wait a second, I actually have to write some text here. I have to write something here, okay? RAFCE tab. There we go. Now at the top I'm going to import it like this. Look, import styles from, where is it, dot slash, and then look at this, search.module.sass. There we go. I'm going to save it. Perfect. Now here the very first thing that I'm going to make is a form, okay? I don't need this div tag. I'm going to make a form like this. All right, now this form will also have this class name, something like this. There we go. And inside this form I'm going to have two things, input and the submit button, something like this. Look, input, okay, input, and also don't forget about the class name. All right, this will be, for now let's keep it empty, okay? And along with this we're going to have a button, button, button. Then look, follow along with me, okay? We're going to use a blue colored button from bootstrap, okay, something like this. So follow along with me. I'm going to write button, then .btn minus primary tab. There we go. And here I'm going to write search. Okay, let me actually close that panel on the left side. Now here I'm going to write placeholder, okay? Placeholder equal to double quotes. I'm going to write search for characters, okay? I'm going to save it. All right, there we go. This is the result so far. This is the code so far. If I go back to the result screen, look at this. This is wait a second, I actually forgot to import it on our app.js, so follow along with me. So I'm going to go back here and look at this app.js, okay? And I'm going to scroll down up to this part, okay? Do you see this container before the pagination? Not here actually, sorry, before this component, okay? So I'm going to write it here, something like this. Look, okay, search, look at this, I got it. Look at this, the IntelliSense is giving me this, okay? I'm going to click this. There we go. Importing this component is done. If I go back to my result screen, look at that, okay? It's on this side. Now I want this to be at the exact center, just like which one, just like this one here, okay? And we're gonna make all the styles as well. So let's come back here and let's go back to our style.sass, which is actually this one here. All right, now let's define some styles. So first of all, here I'm gonna write a class name input, okay? Look at this, dot input, okay, curly bracket. Now listen, I'm gonna set the width to 40%, something like this. Look, W 80%, okay, 80%, and then you're gonna hit tab. There we go. And I'm gonna set the border radius to 8 pixels, okay, something like this. And for the border I'm gonna set 2 pixels solid and that blue color, okay? Look at this, border 2px solid, okay? I'm gonna paste it here and you just copy it in your VS Code, okay? This code here, it will be blue color. All right, if we go back to our result screen, we can't see anything. That's because we also have to use those styles inside our search.js, something like this. Look, I'm gonna save it, okay? And now I'm gonna come back here. Do you see the styles? I'm gonna attach this inside here, something like this. Look, I'm gonna copy this first of all, okay? Do you see this class name here? I'm gonna write curly bracket here, and then I'm gonna paste it, okay? And then dot. All right, and now what is the name of our class here? Input, okay? I'm gonna copy this, paste it here like this, and then I'm gonna save it. Now let's go back to the result screen and look for the results. There we go. This is the result that we got so far. Not very impressive, but don't worry, we're gonna change that. By the way, this thing looks very big. I must have made some mistake, okay? Let me actually check. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to here. Oh yes, it's not actually 80%, it's 40%. My bad, sorry, I wrote the wrong thing. Alright, so if I go back to my result screen, look at this, okay? It became smaller. Now listen, we're gonna put it at the center. How to do it? Follow along with me, okay? So I'm gonna come back here on my search.js, and do you see this form class name? I'm gonna input here dflex, which means display flex in bootstrap, okay? And now I'm gonna write justify content center, which is actually this one, okay? There we go. Now I'm gonna save it. If I go back to my result screen, look at that, we have that result so far. Now the next thing that we need is, do you see that we don't have any gap in between these two components and no gap in between? Let's do that, okay? Follow along with me. Now I'm gonna go back to my VS Code here and I'm gonna write here gap 4, okay, and then MB minus 5, okay. This means margin bottom level 5 and gap should be level 4, okay. Now if I go back here, look at this, I have this gap here and this gap here as well. Now let's make this bigger and let's add some padding, okay. So follow along with me. Come back to VS Code here, and you see this search option here, right? FS minus 5, okay. So if I go back to my results screen, look at that. Our search button is bigger than the previous one. Alright, now listen, we're going to add some padding inside here. How to do it? Follow along. So come back here and write padding. First of all, 10 pixel. This is for the top and bottom. And for the left and right, write 15 pixels, okay. There we go. If I save it, if I go back to my results screen, look at that. Alright, so this is the result that we got so far. Looks almost similar to our actual project, look at that, but it has a box shadow. Can you see this box shadow here? Let's add that. So let's go back to VS Code, and here I'm gonna write box shadow, box shadow, oh my bad, box shadow. There we go. So 1 pixel will be on the x-axis, okay, the position. 3 pixel will be on the y-axis, and 9 pixel will be the blur radius, and then RGBA. So select this one, the first one. Alright, and now this is color. The color is set to black color and make it 0.25 for the alpha, 0.25. Alright, now save it. If I go back to the results screen, look at that. Alright, oh, actually it didn't get applied. The box shadow is not here. That's because I made a mistake, okay. If I go back here, look at this, I wrote 1x, not 1px, okay. So I'm gonna write p here. I'm gonna save it. Now if I go back to my results screen, there we go, we have this shadow here. Now we're gonna use the same shadow for our search button here as well. Follow along with me. Alright, here I'm gonna make a small class name, okay. Look at this, .btn, okay, curly bracket. Now do you see this? I'm gonna copy this, Control C, and I'm gonna paste it here, okay. Save it. Now go back to your search.js, and you have to convert this to a template literal, okay. Look at this, okay, backtick, do the same thing here and select the whole thing. Alright, curly bracket. Now you're gonna make a $sign curly bracket. Alright, now styles, then .btn. Save it. Now let's go back to the results screen to see the changes. Perfect. Alright, now listen, this is in blue color, okay. So if I select this, it actually goes to black color. So if I zoom in a little bit, look at this, it is in blue color. If I select this, it goes to black. Alright, so let's change that as well. I'm gonna go back here, and here, okay, I'm gonna write something called and, okay, and colon focus, curly bracket, and now I'm gonna write here outline none. If you want to see this better, how the thing actually works, I'm gonna change this to red color, okay. Now look at this, I'm gonna save it. If I go back here, look at this, it is in red color, right. So if I select this, then it's gonna still be in red color, but if I remove this outline from here, look at that, I'm gonna go back here, there we go. It actually has a black color, okay. I really hope that you can see that on your computer. So I can see a black color outline here. So if you want to remove that outline, you gotta use this property. Which one was it? Yeah, this one. If you used it, then the outline will be gone. Perfect. Now I'm gonna uncomment this from here. There we go. Now let's add the main functionality of this search button, okay. So whenever I search something here, I want to load the characters here. So how to actually do this? Follow along with me, okay. I'm gonna go back to my VS Code here, and I'm gonna go to app.js, and at the very top here, okay, so I'm gonna make another use state hook. Look at this, let, and this time I'm gonna write search, okay. This is my variable, and for the function I'm gonna write either update search or set search. Let's go for the latter one, okay. Set search, something like this, okay, equal to use state. Alright, and now I'm gonna put it blank, okay, double quotes like this, okay, empty string. Now listen, we're gonna pass this inside our search component, something like this. Look, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna scroll down here. Where is it? There we go, here is it, okay. I'm gonna pass it like this, okay. I'm gonna paste it, equal to curly bracket, paste it again. Alright, now listen, do you see this API here? What is it? I'm using a variable which is for the page number. If I go back to the original documentation, okay, so how to actually search for a character, okay. So look at this, I'm gonna scroll to this section, wait a second. Alright guys, I found it. So you're gonna come to this documentation and then do you see this get a single character. You click this, okay, and now you're gonna come to this section. Do you see this filter character? So you can, if you want to search for a single character or multiple characters, look at this. You have the name, okay, you can use the name, you can use the status, species, type, gender, so on and so forth. For this search bar, which is here, I'm gonna use this one. Can you see this name? I'm gonna use this name. So how to actually use this? Look at this. I have to use a and, okay, and name, and then equal to, I gotta write the Rick, okay, or Morty or something else. So let's do that. And by the way, do you see this? It is in red color. I don't need it in red color, so I'm gonna go back to my search.module.sas and I'm gonna control Z. Not that one actually. Here is it. There we go. Perfect. Now listen, how to actually do that? I'm gonna go back here on the documentation and look at this. I'm gonna write this, okay, and name equal to this one, okay, something like this. Look, where is it? Yeah, here is it. There we go. And here I'm gonna write and, okay, name. I hope that you can see this one. And name equal to, since I have to use a variable which is this one, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. And here I'm gonna write $, curly bracket, okay. Now I'm gonna paste it. There we go. Now I'm gonna save it, okay. Now if I go back here, I will not be seeing any changes, but look at this. Rick Sanchez, Morty Smith, Summer Smith, okay. Let's actually copy this, okay, and go back here, and instead of writing it here directly, let's just change it, okay. I'm gonna paste it here like this, okay. Now I'm gonna save it. Now if I go back here, now look at this. It has changed our data, okay. Now look at this. Every card here will have the name Smith. Look at this. Smith, 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 so on and so forth. I really hope that you understood how this thing is working. All right, perfect. So now I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna change it with the default one. All right, now since I have copied it and passed it inside here, now I'm gonna go to my search folder, search file, okay. And now here I'm gonna destructure it like this. There we go. Now in order to capture whatever we write here, something like this, I want to capture this inside my input. How to do it? Look at this, okay. So I'm gonna go to my VS Code here, and this is input. Here I'm gonna write on change, okay, equal to curly bracket, and then I'm gonna make an arrow function. Look at this, e, and then arrow function here, curly bracket, okay. And inside here I'm gonna do you see this? I'm gonna copy this, okay. I'm gonna paste it here, and do you see this e? I'm gonna pass it here like this. Look, e dot target dot value. There we go. Now whatever we write here inside our input, it's gonna trigger this set search function, which means that it's gonna eventually come to this one. Wait a second. It's gonna eventually come to this search and update it. Once it updates it, it's gonna update this one as well, which means that it's gonna run and we're gonna get new fresh data. Let me actually show you. Wait a second. Look at this. Instead of writing it here, I'm gonna write here Smith, okay, not Smith, actually Rick. Look at that, it is already working. There we go. We got all the characters with what? Rick. There we go. It is all the characters with Rick. Let's change it to, let's say, alien, okay. Alien. Look at that, we got all the characters which are alien. Perfect. It is working perfectly fine. All right, now the next thing that we gotta do is, okay, let me actually explain this to you, okay. I'm gonna refresh this one and I'm gonna go back to my original one. So if I'm gonna refresh this one as well. There we go. Now listen, I'm gonna scroll down here. Now listen, I'm on page number what? Page number 1. So let's say I'm gonna go to page number 3. Okay, now I'm gonna scroll up and I'm gonna write here Rick. Okay, so whenever I write here, I want the page number to be set to what? Page number will be set to 1 again. I don't want to be in page number 3. All right, so in order to do the same thing, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna come back to my app.js. Okay, so do you see this function? Set page number. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down up to this one. Okay, I'm gonna paste it here like this. Look at that. Alright, Control V equal to curly bracket, Control V. There we go. Now I'm gonna go back to my search file here. I'm gonna paste it here like this. Okay. Now listen, I'm gonna copy this and then I'm gonna paste it here like this. Okay, and now I'm gonna write here 1. Why is it? Let me actually explain this to you again if you don't understand it. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here. So listen, this is the finalized project. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh this. All right, there we go. Now listen, I'm on the default page, the page number 1. Now listen, if I scroll down here, if I want to press, let's say page number 40. Okay, so I'm on page number what? Page number 40. All right, so listen, if I write something here, Rick, okay, or let's say Smith. Okay, now listen, if I don't update the page, if I don't refresh the page to, if I don't set the page to page number 1 again, do you know what will happen? If I scroll down, then you can see page number 40 here. We don't want that. We want it to start from page number 1, not from page number 2, 3 or 4, just from the start. That's why I have used this function. Do you see this? That's why I am using this function, which means that if I come back here, so whenever I write something here, I want our app to start from page number 1, not from page number 50, 60, 70, 80. I really hope that you understood this, because this is very crucial. And if you write something dummy, then you're gonna find this. Okay, no characters found. Now look at this problem here. Whenever I click the search button, look at this. It is automatically refreshing itself. Look at that. Alright, there we go. It is automatically refreshing itself, which is a behavior we don't want. So I'm gonna go back here and do this button. I'm gonna write here on click function. Okay, on click equal to curly bracket. I'm gonna make an arrow function. Follow along. Okay, e equal to arrow function curly bracket. Okay, now I'm gonna write here e dot prevent default, then brackets here. I'm gonna save it. There we go. This will prevent us from default behaviors. If I go back here, look at this. I'm gonna click this search. Look at here. Okay, it is not updating itself. I mean, it is not refreshing itself, which means that this is the perfect behavior we want. Alright guys, back to the original project. If I scroll down here, can you see that how beautifully I managed all of my pages? I used a package called React Paginate. So if I go to npm.js and if you hit React Paginate here, then you're gonna find this page. Okay, so if I scroll down, do you see this? They have done all of this page management using this package. Okay, so let's do the same thing as well for our project. So you're gonna copy this line from here. Okay, Control C. You're gonna come back to your VS Code and you're gonna stop your server. How to do it? Control C. Okay, and then you're gonna hit Y, enter. There we go. Now it's gonna stop our server. Okay, terminal will be reused by task. Press any key to close it. Okay, just press any key. There we go. Now open your terminal. Alright, now paste the code here, enter. It's gonna download the package. In the meantime, let's go back to the website and look at this. There is the user's manual. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this one. Do you see this line? Import React Paginate from React Paginate. Alright, let's go back here and look at that. Our server, our terminal has completed the download of the package. Okay, let's start it again. npm start. Okay, there we go. It's gonna start our server, and let's go back to our components. Let's go back to VS Code, and on the components, do you see this pagination? Come here. All right, and let's close everything else, and now we're gonna paste the line here like this. All right, let's go back to app.js. All right, so do you remember that we have destructured the fetched data into results and info? Let's actually check what this info is giving us. Okay, so let's copy this line from here and inspect what is actually inside this link. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here, paste it, enter. Okay, now I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Look at this, we have two ends, the results and the info. Okay, let's open the info. Do you see this something called pages? Okay, so this will determine, this will show us how many pages of characters do we have. So where is this end used? Let me show you. So if I come back to the documentation, if I scroll down, there is something called page count. All right, this will generate us the number of pages that we have. For instance, in our case, we have 42 pages. All right, so which means that this function, this number will generate us 42 pages. Let me show you. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code here, and then I'm gonna go to my pagination, okay, here, and now I'm gonna delete everything from here. All right, follow along with me. And then do you see this return statement? I'm gonna remove everything as well, like this. All right, now look at this. I'm gonna copy this, okay, and I'm gonna write an angle bracket here, paste it like this, okay, and then I'm gonna close this end like this. After writing this, let's go and check what we got so far. Okay, so if I go back to the results screen, if I scroll down, then do you see this? I have these page numbers, okay, from previous 1 2 3 ... 10. Then next, this is the default setting. Okay, we're gonna change the settings. Look at this, it is written 10, right? So I'm gonna go back to the documentation. I'm gonna copy this, okay, Control C. I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna paste it here like this, okay, equal to, it's gonna be what? It's gonna be a number, right? So where will we get this number from? We're gonna get this number from app.js. Do you see this info? I'm gonna copy this, okay, I'm gonna scroll down, and then do you see this pagination? I'm gonna paste it here, okay, like this, okay, equal to curly bracket, and now we're gonna paste it like this. All right, now let's go back to our pagination and let's destructure it like this. All right, so far so good. Now let's actually, instead of writing this, let's actually inspect how we can get the page number. Okay, so I'm gonna write console.log, okay, and now I'm gonna write info.pages. Okay, let's save it. Let's go back to our results screen. All right, let's open the terminal, console, and look at this. Do you see this? We have the number 42. That's exactly what we want. All right, so let's go back to VS Code, and I'm gonna go back to the documentation. First of all, copy this, okay, let's come back, paste it here like this, equal to curly bracket, and I'm gonna copy this, okay, Control C, and here I'm gonna paste it. There we go. Let's go back and to the results screen. Look at that. How many pages can you see right now? In total we have 42, from 1 to 42. There we go. It is coming from our API. So that's that. But listen, here is the problem. If I refresh the page, then it's gonna break. Can you see this? It is breaking down. Why is that? That's because it is coming from the API, right? So it's gonna take a little bit of time in order to generate that data. So here's a quick fix. Okay, you're gonna come back here, and here, all right, you're gonna give a question mark like this, and then it's gonna solve the problem. Let me show you. I'm gonna save it. Okay, let's go back, let's refresh it, and we still have the problem. That is because of the console log. Can you see this console log? Let's take out the console log. Okay, something like this. Look, there we go. Let's go back to see the results. There we go. We have what we want. All right, look at that. We have our pages here. Even if we refresh the page, it will still show us the exact result without any errors. There we go. We are successful so far. So how I did this? Okay, the explanation is, if the info exists, then add the dot pages to it, which means that it's eventually gonna show us something like this. Look, info dot pages, which eventually is equal to how much number? 42. There we go. That's how it is working in the background. Awesome. Let's go back to the documentation, and what else do we have? Let's check. So the next thing that we have is, I'm going to discuss about this next label. Can you see this? So I'm going to copy this. By the way, before discussing about this one, let me actually show you this. Do you see this class name here? So I'm going to use this class name first of all. Okay, I'm going to copy this from here. I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, equal to double quotes. All right, now let's go back to Bootstrap website, and here I'm going to write pagination. Okay, there is it. I'm gonna open this up, and we have the pagination section here. I'm gonna scroll down, and do you see this? We're gonna use Bootstrap pagination. So can you see the parent class name here? It is pagination. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. By the way, look at this. Do you see the format of this one? It is in column. Now we're gonna make it row, something like this. Look, I'm just gonna paste it here like this. There we go. Now if I go back here, look at that. It has converted to the row format. Now let's bring it to the very center. How to do it? Follow along. Okay, just write justify content center. Save it. Let's go back, and look at that. It is on the exact center. Perfect. Now let's style our buttons, the previous button and the next button. All right, so let's go back here, and do you see this? The next label and the previous label. I'm gonna copy the next label like this. Okay, let's go back and paste it here, equal to double quotes. Okay, let's write something like this. Okay, so let's go back here, and look at that. it was previously written next, now it is written this text. So I really hope that you understood like how this next label works. So I'm just gonna keep it as it is. Okay, next. Let's go back here, and the previous label should be prev, P-R-E-V, something like this. Look, perfect. Now let's go back and give it some styles. We're gonna make it the color blue, just like the one in our finalized project. Okay, let's do it. In order to do that, we're gonna have something called, do you see this, previous class name and next class name. First of all, use this. Okay, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna paste it. Okay, equal to double quotes. So we're gonna write button first, btn, then btn minus primary, which means the color blue. All right, let's go back, copy this, paste it here like this, equal to double quotes. I'm gonna copy the same thing and paste it here like this. There we go. Now let's check the results. Look at that, we have the previous and the next in these bootstrap styles. Now do you see this, the numbers, we're gonna style them as well. So if I actually come back to the bootstrap website, do you see this, we have something called list and we have something called anchor tag. Okay, so these two things have different class names. In order to handle these two things differently, I'm going to go back to my React Paginate, and we have something called page class name and page link class name. Okay, so this page class name is for the list tag, so which is actually the first one. Okay, and for the second one we have something called page link class name. Okay, so let's copy the first one first. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it here, equal to double quotes. Let's go back, copy that as well. All right, now I'm gonna come back here, and this is page item. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's go back again, and page link, grab that, put it here like this. There we go. Let's go back and see the results. So we have this result so far. Can you see this? We have the 1 2 3 ... 40 41 42. Perfect. Now let's put some gap in between them and also some margin at the top and at the bottom. How to do it? We're gonna use this one. Can you see this? Pagination. I'm gonna write gap -4 and my margin top and bottom -4 as well. Save it. Let's go back to our result screen. And there we go, we have some gaps in between all of these buttons. Perfect. But here's the problem, if I click the button number 3, it will not work. Look at this, it is not generating us data. If I click page number 40, it still does nothing. So how to do it, how to add functionalities to all of our buttons? Follow along with me. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the documentation, and we have something called on page change. This is what? This is called a function. So whenever we click a button, it's gonna run. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, let's go back, and here I'm gonna paste it like this. All right, equal to curly bracket, because this is a function. Okay, inside here I'm gonna make a arrow function, something like this. Look, okay, there we go. And here I'm gonna write the data as an argument. Okay, let's actually check what we are getting through this data. So I'm gonna copy this. Now here write console.log to check what is actually getting inside this data. Okay, something like this. Look, so once you have saved it, let's go back to our result screen. Let's open the console to check what we're getting through the data. All right, so look at this. So we have all of our buttons here. I'm gonna click the button number 3. Look at that, we got something called selected 2. So I have clicked the button number 3, but I got 2, which means that the pagination, the React Paginate actually starts from page number 0. What is it? Page number 0, but we're starting from page number 1. We're gonna fix that, don't worry. So I'm gonna go back here. So instead of passing the data like this, I'm gonna have to, let me actually go back to the console. Okay, so look at this, we got something called an object. Okay, this is what? This is the object, and we have this one. Do you see this? Selected. I'm gonna copy this in order to get the exact number. Okay, something like this. Look, data, then dot selected. Okay, there we go. And instead of using the console log, I'm going to use the set page number so that we can update our page number, something like this. Look, and since I told you that the React Paginate starts from page number 0, and we need to start from page number 1, so just add 1 here. There we go. We are done so far, and let's check whether it works or not. Okay, so we're on page number what? 1. Let's check page number 3. There we go. Can you see that it fetched us fresh data? Look at that. I'm gonna click page number 4. There we go. It's working perfectly fine. Let's check page number 40. There we go. We have it so far. Beautiful. It is working perfectly fine. But look at this. Whenever I click page number 2, how will you understand that you're on page number 2 or on page number 5? How will you understand this? In order to solve this problem, we're gonna have something called active class. Can you see this? It is also in the documentation. Let me show you. Back to the documentation, there's something called active class name. Can you see this? I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna go back here and paste it here. All right, equal to double quotes, and let's go back to the bootstrap. Do you see this? It is called active. So wherever you put the active, it's gonna be in blue color. So let's copy that. Let's go back and paste it here like this. Okay, save it and let's check the results. There we go. We're on page number 3. It is exactly showing us that we're on page number 3. If we go to page number 4, look at that. It is working perfectly fine. Let's go to page number 42, whether it works or not. Yeah, it's working perfectly fine. By the way, these buttons will also work perfectly fine. Let me show you. Okay, so if I hit previous, look at that. It's gonna go to our page number 41. So I'm gonna click previous again. Look at that. It's gonna be on page number 40. Let's click next. Look at that. It's working perfectly fine. Beautiful. Alright guys, back to the original project. I found a small problem. So whenever we are using the filters along with the search bar, so I found out that whenever we're on page number 3, 4 or 5, it doesn't get updated that easily. You're gonna find this problem as well. So in order to solve that specific problem, there is something called force page. Can you see that? It means that wherever you're on that specific page, the number will change as well. So you can read the explanation here. So this thing will give you more control over your component. So let's use it. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this from here. Let's go back, and at the very top or anywhere, you can put it anywhere you wish. Let's put it here. Okay, equal to curly bracket. Okay, now listen, do you see this page number? I'm gonna copy this. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it here. So if and when the page number will be 1, okay, I want the force page to start from 0. Since I told you from which page number does React Paginate starts from, they start from 0, and we are starting from 1, which means that we are already adding 1 on top of it. All right, and on the this is the true. Okay, if this is true, then 0 will run, and if it is false, then do this. Okay, just write page number -1. All right, it will solve our problem. Let's come back to the result screen. Okay, do you see this dot dot dot? If I click here, then it's gonna show me more pages. Okay, there we go. Look at that. It's working perfectly fine. But if you want to adjust it as well, look at this property. It is called break label. Do you see this? It is also given in this example. Do you see this? Do you see it is written break label then dot dot dot, which is actually the default one, which is, do you see this dot dot dot? This is the default one. So that's that. I really hope that you understood how to use React Paginate to generate pages for your React app. Alright guys, back to the original project. Then we have something called filters. Do you see this? So this is called an accordion. Okay, so we're going to use accordion in our project. So let's go back to our bootstrap and let's write accordion. Alright, do you see this? Let's click that. So do you see any similarities between this accordion and with the original project? Yes, I used this code here. Let's use it in our project as well. So let's go back to our VS Code here, and do you see this files? Click that, and do you see this filters? We have this filter here, and we're gonna use it here. All right, so before that, let's go back here and to our original project. Do you see this? We have 3 labels here. First of all, the status, then the species, and the gender. And you must have noticed the episode here. Okay, I have moved this episode to this here. Do you see this? Now this one will host all the episodes, the cards from all the episodes. All right, now I'm gonna come back to my characters, and we're gonna build this right now. Okay, so first of all, status, species, and gender. Follow along. Okay, Here I'm going to zoom in a little bit. There we go. And now I'm going to create a folder named category. Look at this. All right, let me expand this a little bit, like this, something like this. Perfect. And now here I'm going to create 3 files. So first one will be gender.js. Okay. The next one will be species. Okay. .js. And the next one will be status. Perfect. So let's come back to the app.js. So can you see this? We are wrapping the filter using this class name, okay? The call -3. We're gonna remove that from here, okay? And we're gonna import it inside filter.js. So follow along with me, okay? I'm gonna remove that from here. Remove this one as well. I'm gonna save it, okay? Let's go back to my filter. And here, I'm gonna write the class name. It will be which one? Call -3. There we go. And I'm going to remove this filter from here. And instead of that, I'm going to write another div, okay? Dot text center, okay? Tab. There we go. Now I'm going to write filter here. Something like this. Save it. Let's go back to our result screen. We have this so far, okay? Let's make it bold. Make it font size -4. And margin bottom, let's give it a number of, let's say, 4 as well. Perfect. Let's look at the real project. We have something called clear filters. Let's do that, make that as well. Come back, and now what you're gonna make is dot text center, okay? Then dot text underline. To make an underline, okay, underline tab. Okay, now write clear filters. Clear filters. Alright, let's check what we got so far. There we go. It didn't apply the styles. Let's check what happened. That is because I wrote the wrong thing. It should be text decoration underline. My bad, sorry. Decoration underline. Okay, and in order to make it blue color, let's write text primary. There we go. Let's check the results. Yeah, perfect. We have it. We have this. But look at this. The cursor is different. Do you see this? We should have a cursor named pointer. So let's change that as well. So here I'm going to write style equal to curly bracket and then write cursor equal to, or not equal to, actually it should be in colon. Okay, now write pointer. Perfect. Save it. Let's go back and check the results. Look at that. We have the cursor pointer. Brilliant. I guess the margin bottom is a little bit too much. So let's go back here and let's change it to margin bottom -2. That should do it. Alright guys, let's go back to our, let me actually close this. Let's go back to our bootstrap, and do you see this? We have this accordions. We have in total 3 accordions. That's enough, more than enough for us. So let's copy this code from here. Let's go back here, and do you see up to this section? Below this, we're gonna paste it, okay? Something like this, look. Alright. So I'm going to paste it like this. There we go. Now can you see this? It is written class, but we need class name because this is React.js. So we don't write class, we write class name. So in order to fix that real quickly, instead of writing it all of this manually, look at this. Do you see the search bar here? I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So here write the class, and do you see this replace? Here write the class name. Okay, don't make any spelling mistakes. And then do you see this package.log.json? Close this like this. Okay, now you're gonna cut it like this. All right, now look at this. How many in how many files do we have the class, not the class name? Look at that. We have a bunch of files here. Okay, look at this. Okay, you can inspect all of them like this. All right, now look at this. In order to replace all of them very quickly, look at this. Do you see this? Just click this one. Okay, and then look at this. We have 52 occurrences. Just click the replace. There we go. It replaced all of our class with class name keyword. Perfect. I'm gonna zoom out from here and look at this. How many accordions do we have? We have in total 1. Okay, 2, and this one will be number 3. We have 3 accordions, and now what we are gonna do is we're gonna separate all of this inside our category. Can you see this category here? Follow along with me. This will be the gender. Okay, follow along. RAFCE tab. All right, now here I'm gonna cut one accordion. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna cut this one. Control X. Let's go back to gender and paste it inside here. There we go. And close that. Now do you see this one, the second one, which is here? Okay, I'm gonna cut it as well. Control X. Now we're gonna go to species. Okay, RAFCE. Oh, not that one actually. There we go. Let's replace this with that one. Perfect. Close that as well, and let's go back. Do you see the last one? Let's cut that. Okay, Control X. Let's go to our status. Okay, RAFCE tab, and here let's paste it. Okay, Control V. Perfect. Now listen, inside our filters, do you see this? We have this parent, the class name accordion. So I'm gonna import all of my categories from this category folder: gender, species, and status. How to do it? Look at that. Follow along with me. Just write an angle bracket. Okay, right, gender. It should the IntelliSense should show us the result here, but in these cases we don't get it. So what we have to do is we're gonna have to write it manually. Okay, gender, Control C, and by the way, close this like this. All right, and here let's import it. Import, okay, gender from // it is inside where? Filters. Okay, slash category slash gender. Perfect. Now listen, copy this, paste it 2 more times like this, and we're gonna change this to species. Okay, species. Okay, now let's do the same thing, and here we're gonna write the status. Write the status here as well. There we go. Now let's import all of it like this. Look, this will be the status. All right, and then we have the species. Perfect. I guess I wrote all of this in the wrong order, but let me check. Okay, so what is the order? First of all, the status, species, and then gender. So status will be first, like this. Status, then species. Okay, Control X, paste it here like this. There we go. You can change the order as you can change this order in any way you like. All right, let's go back here and let's check. So we have this so far. It broke our site. So sorry guys, I made a small mistake. So instead of the class name, it gave us class name. So let's fix that. My bad. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this from here. Okay, Control C, and now I'm gonna come back here. Do you see this? Okay, now I'm gonna paste it like this. All right, now instead of the class name, I want the class name. Now make sure to click this button. Okay, then it's gonna solve the problem. So do you see these occurrences? We have in total how many files? 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, 5 files. Now you click this. Now replace. There we go. It solved our problem. There we go. Now let's check whether everything is okay or not. There we go. Everything is perfectly fine. Beautiful. Let's put some gap in between. Let's go back to our filter JS, and do you see this? MB minus 4. There we go. Solved. Now whatever is inside here, let's replace all of them. Okay, so let's go back to our, first of all, gender. Let me zoom in so that you can see it better. Gender. Okay, here where is the button? This is accordion item number 1. We're gonna replace that with gender. Okay, and now do you see all of this text here? Let's replace all of them, something like this. Save it. All right, so don't forget this one. This is the accordion body. Inside here we're gonna make all the buttons. So do you see these buttons here on the finalized project? Alive, unknown, date, so on and so forth. Okay, we have it here as well. We're gonna do all of them. Okay, wait a little bit. Let's come back to our status, and let's change that to status as well. Let's remove all of them. Save it. Let's go back to our species, remove all of this, and write here species. Now look at the original project. Okay, so look at this. We have so many buttons. Okay, but these buttons, it is not possible to write all of them one by one. So in these cases, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a small component. Okay, we're gonna name it filter button. Follow along. Okay, so inside this filter component, I'm gonna make it. Okay, look at this. Filter btn .js. Okay, enter, and here I'm gonna make a reusable filter button. Okay, follow along. Okay, RAFCE tab. All right, so far so good. Now let's go back to my bootstrap. Now we're gonna come back to our bootstrap, and here we're gonna write checks and radius. Okay, checks and radius. Can you see this? Click that. Now I'm gonna scroll down. By the way, this one will actually be the combination of two things. First of all, this radio. Can you see this? We're gonna use this radio, number one. And if I scroll down up to this section, so can you see this outline styles here? If I click here, do you see this? It removes the color. At the same time, if I click it again, look at that. It's going to attach this color, which means that we can use this in our finalized project, just like this one. Can you see this? If I hit this, then look at this. It's going to attach the color in order to tell us that we are currently in this filter. All right. So this is a beautiful thing. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to come at the very top here. And do you see this? This one, this radius. First of all, let's copy this radio. Okay, control copy this like this. Let's come back here and now paste it here. Okay, wait a second. Okay, brackets, and now paste it. There we go. And look at this, it is showing us error. That's because, do you see this input class? Name it like this. Okay, I mean close it like this. Then it's gonna solve the problem, number one. Okay, and for the number two, do you see this input here? Put it here, number two here like this. There we go. And the next problem is, it is asking for a parent class. So in order to solve that, look at this. I'm going to write a div here, okay? Something like this. All right, now cut it from there. And now paste it here like this. There we go. Problem solved. And do you see this class here? Let's replace this with class name. So you remember the drill, right? So something like this. Look, you're going to write here class. And now, first of all, you're gonna remove that and make sure that this one is checked. Okay, now you click this. There we go. The class got converted to class name. Beautiful. Now let's zoom out from here. So do you see this name and ID here? We're gonna change this to in a couple of minutes. Okay, don't worry. So in order to test whether this is working or not, let's go back to our category. Okay, which one was the first one? The status was the first one. Okay, currently it is empty. Let's let's import the filter button inside the status. Okay, so let's come back here, and do you see this accordion body? Whatever we do, we gotta do inside here. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna import the filter. Oh my bad. Filter button, filter btn. Okay, something like this. Now copy this. Let's come back here, import, paste it from quotes dot slash category, not category, sorry, it's filter button. There we go. Now save it. Let's go back and check whether it's working or not. There we go. Can you see what is this? We have the default radio, okay, and then we have the default checked radio. How to actually change this so that it looks like something like this? Okay, let me show you. Let's come back to bootstrap and let's scroll down at the very bottom here. Can you see this? Just copy a label from here, something like this. Look at this. Just copy this label. Oh my bad. Don't copy this one. Just copy this. Control C. Let's come back here and inside our filter button. Do you see this? Let's paste it. Do you see this label? Let's paste it like this. There we go. Now save it, and it is the primary color which we want. And do you see this? We have something called for btn check outline. We are gonna change this one as well. Don't worry. I'm gonna come back here on my results screen. Can you see this? We have this, but if I click it, it's working. But if I click it, then the blue color doesn't get attached to it. At the same time, this, do you see this one? If I click it here, then it's gonna work. But if I click this label, then this button doesn't get applied. Why is that? That's because of this for. Can you see this for? So it should be for this one. Can you see this? But the name is changed. Let me show you. Okay, I'm gonna copy this from here and I'm gonna paste it like this. Okay, save it. Now if I come back here and if I click it, it still doesn't work. Oh my bad, I just selected the wrong thing. It should be ID. Okay, copy that, paste it here like this, save it. Let's go back and look at that. It is working perfectly fine. Can you see that? Yeah, there is it. Let's do the same thing for the next one, this one as well. So just copy this class name here. Okay, Control C. Let's come back here, just paste it here. There we go. If I come back here, look at that. it is working perfectly fine, and the color doesn't get applied. Don't worry, we're gonna change the styles in a little bit. Alright guys, let's come back to our VS Code here, and let's go back to our status. Okay, let's start styling all of them. Okay, so here we have 3 states. We have the alive, dead, or unknown. So in order to write all the states, follow along. Okay, let status, okay, let status is equal to, now make a array like this. Okay, now double quotes and write alive. Okay, something like this. Now comma, now you're gonna write here dead. Okay, and the next thing is unknown, unknow, and unknown. Okay, save it. Now the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna map all of this data inside this array. How to do it? Follow along with me. Okay, here I'm gonna write something like this. Okay, curly bracket, and then I'm gonna grab the status like this. Okay, now dot map. Okay, now listen, we're gonna have 2 things. Okay, item and the index. You can write anything you wish. You can also write x comma y. The first one will represent the item, and the next one will represent the index. Okay, don't do that, or you can do it. It is up to your wish. Now I'm gonna write items. Okay, items comma index. Okay, now let's make an arrow function like this, curly bracket. Okay, there we go. We have both the index and the items. Now do this, you copy this, cut it from here. Okay, and now you paste it like this. There we go. If I go back to my result screen, let's see what we got so far. And look at that, we didn't get anything. That's because we made a small error. So instead of this curly bracket, do you see this curly bracket? I used a curly bracket. So instead of using a curly bracket, do this. Okay, you're gonna use a bracket, a simple bracket like this. Okay, first of all, let's remove that curly bracket from there and enclose this inside brackets, simple brackets. Okay, now let's save it and let's go back and check the results. There we go. We have this result so far, but it is not working perfectly fine. Can you see that? If I click this, then it's gonna get selected. If I click that, look at that, it is not selecting that one. Okay, it looks very bad. Let's change that. Alright, let's go back to our VS Code here. Okay, first of all, the very first thing that it requires is a key. Otherwise, it's gonna complain that it is missing a key, curly bracket. Okay, now you're gonna input the index here. Okay, that's why I wrote this index. Okay, and if I open up my filter button here, do you see, I told you that we're gonna change the name and the ID. Do you recall that? Yes. And do you know how many input buttons do we have here? 2. How did I understand that? Look at this. I'm gonna close this. Okay, like this. There we go. Look at that. We have 2 different input groups, but we don't want both of them. We just want one single piece, and then we're gonna repeat the same thing again and again and again as much as we like using the map function. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna remove that. Perfect. Now look at this. Do you see this name here? We're gonna change the name, and we're gonna also change the ID. Including this ID, we must make sure that this ID matches this one, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, follow along with me. First of all, save everything. Okay, and do you remember that we have this index and the items? Okay, what you're gonna do is you're gonna write something called name. Okay, equal to double quotes. So what is this? This is called the status, right? Write the status here like this. Okay, there we go. And this is index. Pass the index again. Something like this. Look, index equal to curly bracket index. There we go. We are passing the index here and the name. And now let's come back to our filter button here. And listen, instead of first of all, let's actually destructure everything. First of all, we have the name, and then we have the index. Okay, now listen, copy this name, remove this from here. Okay, curly bracket. Now paste it here like this, and this is ID number. Follow along with me. I'm gonna explain what I'm doing. First of all, I'm gonna write curly bracket. Okay, and inside here, oh by the way, I'm gonna do Control Z, and do you see this? What is written here? Flex radio default, and they have a number here. We're gonna use the same principle, something like this. Look, if I write the name, this name will represent what? The gender. Okay, and the gender. Okay, and wait a second, and the index represents how many number, how many array members do we have? Let's check. We have 1, 2, 3, which means that the index will be 0, 1, and then 2. which means that in the name we will get first of all gender minus 0, okay, and then we're gonna get gender minus 1, and then we're gonna get gender minus 2. So these are the 3 ID number which will get generated. So I really hope that you understood how this mechanics actually work. Now follow along with me, okay? In this ID, let's remove that. Now inside this ID, follow along with me, okay? First of all, I'm gonna write a curly bracket, okay? And now I'm gonna use a template literal, okay? Something like this, look. And then I'm gonna write $, curly bracket, okay? And now I'm gonna put a minus here. I'm gonna write the $, curly bracket again, so that inside this curly brackets I can use the variable, which is a name. First of all, let's copy the name here. There we go. And now this is index. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste here like this. There we go. Which means that we're gonna get something like this: gender 0, and then gender 1, and then gender minus 2. In this, listen, in the same way, using the same mechanics and the principles, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, and this is for here. I'm gonna paste it like this. There we go. Which means that whatever ID it generates, it's gonna match up with this one as well. Perfect. Beautiful. Now I'm gonna come back to our where is my status? Here is it. So inside the status, I'm gonna scroll down, and this is items. I'm gonna copy the items like this, okay, and now I'm gonna pass it inside like this. Look, okay, there we go. Now let's come back here, and do you see this? Let's remove that, and now let's write curly bracket. And first of all, let's destructure the item, okay, items. There we go. Let's copy this one, and now let's paste it here so that we can get the dynamic labels. Now let's look at our result screen. There we go. Can you see that we have the alive, the dead, unknown? Beautiful. It looks very professional, man. But look at this buttons. Do you see these radio buttons? We're gonna remove those radio buttons because they don't look good in our UI. And we can apply the same principle for the gender, status, and species as well. Let's go back to our documentation here. Let me actually zoom out. There we go. Now, do you see this? You're gonna come to this filter characters, okay? And this is gender. We have how many types? Look at this. We have the female, male, genderless, and unknown. So let's copy that. Let's go back to our VS Code, and we're done. We're partially done with the filter button. Don't worry, we're gonna come back, okay? First of all, close the status, okay? Open the gender. Here is it. And now listen, we're gonna make a let here, okay? Let genders equal to, now write an array. Now paste it, okay? And now listen, we're gonna enclose everything inside double quotes, something like this. Look, follow along with me. Single quotes or double quotes, whatever you prefer, okay? Something like this. Look, there we go. Now let's save it. Now we are successful so far. Now listen, you're gonna scroll down here, and you're gonna apply the same principles inside your accordion body, okay? Follow along with me. Look at this. I'm gonna write the curly bracket here, genders, okay, dot map. Okay, here I'm gonna apply the same thing. First of all, let's make a what is it called, arrow function. And don't make this mistake. Do you see this? I have written the curly bracket. Don't put the curly bracket. Put simple brackets, okay, like this. After putting the simple brackets, first of all, you write items, or you can also write X and Y. Now you're gonna write the index here. Now here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import the filter button, filter btn. Do you see this? I have this option. In case if you don't have it, just write it manually. All right, let's close this. Now the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna define the key. What is it? key equal to curly bracket. Okay, and now I'm gonna pass this index here. Control C, Control V. Beautiful. Now the next thing is you're gonna pass the name. Okay, what is the name? Gender. Beautiful. And the next thing that you're gonna pass is the index itself. Control C, Control V, equal to curly bracket. Paste it here like this. This is items. Pass it there as well. There we go. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Control C, V. There we go. Now if I minimize this, let's look at the result screen. Look at that. We got the gender, we got the status as well. It looks very beautiful, very professional, except the radio buttons. Do you see this? Don't worry, we're gonna change it. In the same way, do you see species? Let's do that as well. Listen, for the species, it is a very long list. Can you see that? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come to this directory here. it is actually the same way. Whatever directory you can see here, the folder structure and everything, it is exactly the same in my GitHub repository. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy it from here to save a little bit of time. I'm so sorry guys, I just gotta save some time here. Alright, now the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my species. Okay, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna paste it like this. There we go, we got all the species here. Okay, now I'm gonna scroll down. By the way, let me actually show you a shortcut. You come back to your status. Okay, do you see this map here? Wait a second, do you see this map here? Just copy the map from here. Let's go back to our species and here paste it. Okay, now listen, we don't have the status, we have what? The species. Copy the species, scroll down, paste it here like this. There we go, and replace the name here as well. And this is filter button, import the filter button here, something like this. Look, import filter button from where is it? / filter button. There we go. Now listen, we are done. Okay, now let's check whether it is working or not. So let's go back to our result screen. There we go, it is working beautifully fine. Look at that, we have the human, alien, humanoid, mythological, unknown, animal, disease, so on and so forth. So look at this, we are almost done. Okay, hang on a little bit, we need to remove this button. Okay, and then we have to attach the class name as well. Let's do that right now. Let's go back to our VS Code and inside the filter button. Okay, here I'm gonna write style and then JSX. Okay, look at this, style, enter. Okay, here I'm gonna write JSX. There we go, and now we're gonna write curly bracket, and now inside here write backticks. Okay, now listen, what you're gonna write inside here is input. Okay, input, now write square brackets. So what is the type here? This is type, the type is radio. Copy that, paste it, curly bracket, write display none. Now save it. Let's look at the result, whether anything changed or not. Look at that, the display the radio buttons are gone, but we have this. Don't worry, it is still working in the background. Now we gotta attach these styles. How to do it? Follow along with me. So let's go back to our VS Code, and this is class name here. So it looks very long. Okay, let's just put just X. Okay, to make everything simple. Or what you can do is you can also use this, no problem. I'm just gonna use this small class name here. Okay, and look at this, I'm gonna write here dot X. Okay, don't forget the dot as well. Okay, dot X, and now I'm gonna write colon, and now I'm gonna write checked. Okay, and now I'm gonna write the plus label. Okay, what this means, oh sorry, my bad. So what this means is that whenever our input is checked, we're gonna target the label, and now we're gonna apply some background color. Okay, this background color. Now I'm gonna paste this color. Okay, you just copy it manually on your screen. Okay, now I'm gonna save it. Let's go back whether anything changed or not. Look at that, it is working perfectly fine. Beautiful, look at that, can you see that? But the color, do you see this color? It is in black color, so which we can't see. So let's change that as well. Let's write the color as white. Okay, beautiful, look at that, it's working perfectly fine. Now listen, look at this, whenever I click the alive, it doesn't filter anything, it doesn't filter my data. Let me refresh. Look at that, it is not doing anything. But whenever we click something, we want to change all of these cards here. How to do it? Follow along with me. Oh, by the way, do you see this? We don't have any gap in between all of these buttons here. So let's put some gap in between all of these buttons. Okay, how to do it? Look at that. First of all, we gotta target the status. Okay, and now here, where is it? Yeah, inside this accordion body. Can you see that? I'm gonna write this styles. Look at this. First of all, I'm gonna write display flex. Okay, now look at that. Whenever I write this, it's gonna behave like this inside our status. Do you see this? It is in a row format. Let us go back here and write flex wrap, which means that it's not gonna be on a single line, it's gonna wrap everything. Look at that, there we go, beautiful. Now the next thing that we're gonna write is gap -3. Okay, let's check the results. There we go, it looks beautiful. But if I open this, the styles doesn't get applied there. What we have to do is we gotta manually copy this and paste it in all 3 files. Look at that, it is inside the status. Let's go back to our species, and inside this accordion body, paste it, save it. Now let's go back to our gender, paste the same thing here. There we go, beautiful. Let us go and look at the results. Yeah, excellent. Look at that. It is not overwriting. I mean, it is not overlapping with this section here. It is working beautifully, perfectly fine. Excellent. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to add the functionalities to all of our buttons. Like whenever we click the dead, then it's going to filter all the dead characters only, not the alive characters. Something like this. Look, I'm going to come back to my original project and let me actually refresh that. Wait a second. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to hit dead. Look at that. It's going to filter all my dead characters here. Look at that. These are all dead. So how to do it? Look at that. I'm going to go to my VS Code here, and on the app.js, I'm going to come back here. Wait a second. Here is it. There we go. And now at the very top here, I'm going to make a state here. Okay. Let. What was the first thing? Status. Okay. Status. Okay. And then set status, or you can also write update status as well. So let me write set status. Okay. There we go. Now I'm going to use this state. Do you see this? I'm going to copy this one. Paste it here like this. All right. Now listen, I'm going to go back to my documentation here. Now look at that. How are they actually using it? Look at this. Can you see this? It is written and status equal to alive. Do you see this? It is also inside here. Do you see status? I'm going to copy this status. Okay. Control C. Let's go back, and do you see this API? And now do you see this API here? At the very end here, I'm going to write, what I'm going to write is, I'm going to write first of all and. Okay, and now paste it like this, and status. Now equal to, I'm gonna use what is called variable. Okay, $, curly bracket. All right, and now do you see this status? I'm gonna copy that, and now I'm gonna come back here and paste it. There we go. Now let's actually change the status to dead to check whether it is working or not. Okay, save it. Let's look at the results screen. There we go. It's gonna filter all my dead characters. Look at that. It was previously all alive, 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 so on and so forth. Look at that. It's working perfectly fine. Now let's, instead of doing it, instead of writing it here, let's use our set status function. Okay, copy this. Now scroll down up to where is my filters? Oh yeah, here is it. Here's my filters. Okay, pass it like this. Look at that. Equal to curly bracket, paste it. Okay. And now listen, we also need to pass this one. This is set. Now you're gonna copy this. Okay, and now you're gonna scroll down up to your filters. Where is it? Here is it. Look at that. Now paste it here like this. Okay, equal to curly bracket, paste it here again. Alright guys, inside these filters, do you see this? I'm also passing the page number. Why is that? Listen, I'm gonna come back to my results screen, and what do I exactly want? So let's say that I'm on page number 3. Okay, as an example, in this case, when I click the dead, do you know what will happen? It will show me the results from page number 3. That's why I am passing the set page number, and inside there I'm gonna set it back to 1, so that whenever I click any one of these filters, I want to start the result from page number 1, not from page number 3, 4, 5 or 10. I really hope that you understood this point. Okay, so let's do that accordingly. And do you see this? I have passed the set status and the set page number, these two properties. Let's go back to my filter here. Where is it? Here is it. There we go. And now I'm gonna destructure it here, something like this. Look. Okay, so what was it? It was set status. Okay, let's paste that, and the next thing that was set page number. Copy that as well. Let's go back. Comma. Okay, now paste it here like that. There we go. Now listen, we're gonna pass both of them inside our status. Okay, something like this. Look, set page number equal to curly bracket, paste it like this. Okay, now set status, copy that, paste it here, equal to curly bracket, paste again. There we go. Beautiful. Now listen, we're gonna go to our status. Okay, I'm gonna close everything here, and now I'm gonna go back to my category status. There we go. And here I'm gonna make all the styles and changes. So what is coming inside our status? Two things. Okay, let me actually open the filter as well, like here. There we go. Now look at this. Do you see these two things? I'm gonna copy both of them from here, and I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna paste like this. All right, there we go. So we are getting this 2 from where? From our filter. Where is it? Here is it. All right, now listen, we're gonna make functions using this 2, so that whenever we click something, these 2 functions will work. Follow along with me. And inside this status, I'm gonna scroll down to this section. Do you see this filter button? And let me actually scroll up here. Do you see this set page number? I'm gonna copy the set page number from here and I'm gonna pass it down here like this. Look at this. Okay, equal to curly bracket. So this one, let me paste it again as well. Look at that. So this one, what this will do is it's gonna update my page number. And the next thing that I have is set status. Can you see that? I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna scroll down here. Can you see this? Now I'm gonna write task. So why am I writing task? That's because this is the main task of what it will do. It's gonna update my status. All right, now listen, we have 2 new parameters. What is that? 2 new props. Which one is it? Set page number and the task. Inside where? The filter button, right? Let's go back to our filter button. Where is it? Here is it. There we go. And now we're gonna destructure it like this. Look, so first thing is set not set status, sorry, it's task. Okay, and the next thing is what is it? Set page number inside my status. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna restructure it like this as well. And now what you're gonna do is you're gonna scroll down to this section. Can you see this? Input. Now let's make an on click function. Okay, oh, not that one, on click. Okay, equal to curly bracket. Okay, now I'm gonna make an arrow function. Okay, something like this. All right, now listen, inside here, first of all, I'm gonna, whenever I click my input, okay, which one is it? It is actually this one. Okay, so these are our inputs. Okay, look, do you see this? So whenever I click something, I want the page number to start from 1. That's the first thing. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up to this set page number. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and now I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna paste it like this. Okay, I'm gonna set the page number to 1. There we go. Now I'm gonna break the line like this. Okay, and now I'm gonna scroll up again, and do you see this task? I'm gonna copy the task, and now I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna paste it. Okay, now brackets inside here, what I'm gonna pass is, do you see this items? I'm gonna copy that items and I'm gonna scroll down, paste it here like this. There we go. Now this will update. Now listen, this task will update this one. Let me show you. Back to our app. Where is it? Here is it. Okay, so that task will be updating our API. Where is the endpoint? Look at this. Do you see this status? That's gonna update. The task will update this one, and the set page number will set my page number to number 1. Now after saving it, let's test our results. Okay, now let's come back here and let's refresh everything. All right, now let's click this one, dead. There we go. It is working perfectly fine. Look at that, how beautiful it is working. This is just bringing us all the characters that are dead. Let's try unknown. It's gonna work. There we go. It is beautifully fetching all the data. At the same time, look at that, it is also starting from page number 1, not from page number 3, 4, 5, etc. If I click page number 3 here, look at this. I'm gonna come back here and click alive. It's gonna fetch me all the data which are alive, and it will start from page number 1. It is working beautifully fine. Very beautiful, man. Perfect. Excellent. Now we're gonna apply the same thing inside the gender. If I click the gender, look at this, it is breaking our page. So we're gonna change that, don't worry. So let's update that as well. Let me refresh it. So for the gender, I'm gonna come back to my documentation here. Okay, you see this endpoint gender, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, now let's come back here and come back to app.js. Listen, let's make another state. Look at this, let gender, okay, set gender equal to, now copy this, paste it here like this. There we go. Do you see this gender? Copy, my bad, sorry. Copy that and come to this API. Can you see this? Now here you're gonna write and. Okay, now paste it, and gender equal to $ curly bracket. All right, now you're gonna pass the gender like this. There we go. Can you see this? You're gonna do, oh my bad, can you see this? We're gonna write it like this. All right, excellent. Now save it. Now inside the gender, let's write female to test whether it is working or not. Female. There we go. Let's check. Look at that, it's gonna generate us all the characters which are female. All right, it's working. So let's put it on the default side like this. All right, now you're gonna copy this. Okay, now scroll down to filter. Where is it? Here is our filter. Okay, excellent. Now you're gonna pass it like this, equal to curly bracket, pass it like this. All right, now we don't have to use the set page number. I mean, we don't have to pass it here because it is already here. We just need the set gender. Okay, now copy this, go back to your filter. Since this is going to our filter, okay, come back here, and once it comes here, you come here, you're gonna destructure it like this. All right, now scroll down to your gender. Do you see this? Now destructure it like this and then paste it. Okay, here's the thing, you gotta pass the set page number as well. Copy that, paste it here like this. There we go. So this is going to my gender, right? Let's go back to my gender. Where is it? Here is it. There we go. And now I gotta destructure it. I gotta destructure two things. First of all is the, oh, not that one. Yeah, actually this one, the set page number. And the next thing is where is it? Set gender. Okay, copy that, paste it here like that, and destructure it as well. There we go. Now listen, where will we pass these to? We're gonna pass it where? Here. Where is it? Filter button. So first things first, so let's pass the number like this. Okay, something like this. Look, equal to curly bracket, paste it. There we go. Now the next thing that we gotta pass is this one. Do you see this? Set gender. Copy that, and you're gonna paste that as what? Task. Okay, equal to curly bracket, paste it. There we go. And this one will work automatically. We don't have to do anything. Let's check whether it works or not. I'm gonna refresh everything. Look at that. All right, now what was it? It is a gender, right? Look at this. I'm gonna click genderless, and now it's gonna fetch me all the characters which are what? Which are genderless. There we go. It's working perfectly fine. Beautiful. Let's refresh that, and let's click unknown. Look at that. It's gonna generate me all the characters which are unknown. By the way, can you see this? It is I mean, by default this one should be enabled, not this one. Okay, but if I refresh it, look at that, it is working in the opposite direction. So let's change this as well. So I'm gonna come back to my gender. Do you see this? Do you see this class here? It is written show. I'm just gonna cut it from here. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Now if I go back here, if I refresh, look at that, nobody will show itself. All right, now I'm gonna put it inside the status. All right, let's go back to my status. Where is it? Status. There we go. We should put it where? Inside here like this. Let's check whether it works or not. I'm gonna refresh everything. Look at that, it is working perfectly fine. But look at this. Do you see this color? We gotta apply that color here, so that whenever I click it, it is by default this color. Now back to my gender. There is something called area expanded. Can you see this? We're gonna set it to false. Okay, now let's go back to my status, and we're gonna put it to true, something like this. There we go. Now let's check whether it works or not. I'm gonna refresh the page, and it still doesn't work. Okay, so let's go back here, and there is something called if I come back to my status, okay, do you see this? It is written as collapsed. Let's cut it from here. Okay, now let's go back to my gender, and here let's paste it like this. There we go. Let's check the results. Let's refresh everything. Look at that, it's working perfectly fine. Beautiful. Now let's test whether everything is perfect or not. All right, let's refresh again. Yeah, there is it. It is working. Now listen, our status is done. It is working perfectly fine. Our gender is working, but this species will not work. Let's add functionalities to it. We're gonna go back to our documentation here. Do you see the species? Copy the species. Okay, let's come back to our app.js. Okay, here we're gonna make another state. Okay, let species. Okay, species, and then set the species. Okay, set species. Yeah, now copy that, paste it here like this. Okay, now this is species. Copy that, come back to the end of this API, and you're gonna write and, paste it, equal to curly bracket, paste it again. There we go. It looks like this. Oh, I actually forgot to put the $sign here. There is it. Perfect. Now for the species, let's write human. Okay, to test whether, not human actually, alien, to check whether it's working or not. Let's come back here on my result screen. Look at that, it's gonna generate me all the characters which are alien. Beautiful. Now let's come back here and remove this. Okay, save it. Now for the set species, copy that, scroll down to your filter. Where is it? I found it. Here is it. Now listen, you're gonna paste here, equal to curly bracket, paste it. Now you're gonna go to your filters. Here is it. First of all, destructure it like this. Okay, scroll down to your species section. Do you see this? Paste it here. Okay, curly bracket, paste again. Now do you see this set page number? Copy that, paste it here like this. There we go. It looks beautiful. All right, now you're gonna go to your species. Where is your species? It is here's your species. Now listen, we're gonna paste all the functions here after destructuring it. So we have the set page number first, and the next thing is set species, which is actually this one. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna have to pass it inside our filter button. Do you see this filter button here? First of all, let's change the number. Okay, something like this. Look, equal to curly bracket, paste it. There we go. The next thing is task, equal to curly bracket, scroll up. Do you see this? Set species, copy that, come down to this section. Okay, paste that. There we go. It looks fine. Now it's gonna work perfectly fine, since this is a this is a reusable component. Let's go back here, let's refresh everything. Okay, now let's click mythological. Look at that, it's gonna update the data. Look at that, it is generating me all the characters which are mythological. You can also click a planet, which in which case you're gonna get no characters here. Let's try Krokenberg. All right, we have these characters here, and let's try robot. There we go, we got all the characters which are robot. Let's refresh the page. All right, now the last thing that is left to do is this clear button. We're gonna add functionalities to this clear button. How to do it? Follow along with me. All right, so you're gonna open your filter.js, and here, all right, you're gonna make another on click function. Okay, on click. There we go, equal to curly bracket. Okay, now listen, you're gonna make a function here which is named clear. Okay, now we're gonna define this function clear. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here. Okay, and now you're gonna write let clear. Okay, and now you're gonna make a arrow function like this. Now listen, inside here what you're gonna do is you're gonna copy all of these properties. Okay, follow along with me, something like this. Okay, and now you're gonna paste it here. Now listen, what you're gonna do is you're gonna make everything like this. Okay, empty strings. Do the same thing for everyone like this. All right, wait a second. There we go. And for the last one, something like this. Okay, now save it. Now listen, what it is doing is whenever we click this clear filters, it's gonna run this function. When it runs that function, it's gonna clear all of our filters. Okay, let's test whether it works or not. Okay, let's come back here, and at the moment, which one is selected? Let's check. Krokenberg is selected. Okay, so whenever I hit clear filter, look at that, everything changes. Can you see that? Everything changes perfectly fine. But look at this. So even though this is the default one, can you see this? It is still selected Krokenberg. So what can we do in these cases? In these cases, let's refresh the page. How to refresh the page? Follow along with me. So come back to VS Code, and here what you're gonna write is you're gonna write window.location. Okay, or not that one. Location, then dot reload. Okay, there is it. And now you're gonna write false here. False. There we go. Let's check whether it works or not. I'm gonna come back here and look at that. Now look at that. Whenever I click this, it's gonna refresh my page. Look at that. Okay, you see here. I'm gonna click this. There we go. It is refreshing my page. Let's click unknown. Okay, look at that. It's gonna attach this one, and if I click here, look at that. It is going away. So guys, our filter component is complete. I really hope that you learned a lot from this component. Alright guys, the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna make this nav bar here. Do you see this? So look at this. What do we have? We have 3 pages. This is the main page, which is the characters page. The next is episode and the location. Let's build that. So how did I build this? I used a library called, I used a package called React Router DOM. Let's use that. So I'm gonna go back to my VS Code here, and now I'm gonna open the terminal, okay? And now in order to close the terminal, close the local host, Control C, Y, enter. Now you're gonna write npm install react minus router minus DOM. Alright, now you're gonna hit enter. It's gonna install React Router DOM. In the meantime, you're gonna back to your files, and now this is category here. Close that category. This is components. Inside this, wait a second. Inside this components, just give me a second. Here, what you're gonna make is another folder, and now you're gonna write navbar. Okay, navbar. There we go. And inside here, what you're gonna write is another file with the name navbar.js. Perfect. And now here, write something dummy, something like this. Not that actually. RAFC tab. All right. Now here we're gonna define our navbar, which is the bootstrap navbar. Okay. So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go back to your here and go to docs and write navbar. Okay. And now you're gonna hit enter, and now what you're gonna do is you're gonna scroll down. Okay, we don't need the first one. Okay, not even the second one, not this one, but this one. Okay, do you see this? We need this one, so I'm gonna copy that. Now I'm gonna come back here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste it. Okay, after removing everything like this, there we go. And now it's gonna complain about a bunch of things, but don't worry about that. We're gonna change that in a couple of seconds. Okay, so now listen, I'm gonna, after saving it, I'm gonna go back to my app.js. Okay, after coming here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import it. I'm gonna put it here. So how to put it there? Follow along with me. I'm gonna import it. Okay, look at this navbar. Okay, can you see this? In case if you don't see this IntelliSense, what you're gonna do is you're gonna write it manually. Alright, and don't worry, I'm gonna change that as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my results screen to check what actually happened. Okay, oh, by the way, you also need to what you have to do is you have to also write npm start, or what you're gonna do is you're gonna come to this npm scripts and you're gonna hit the play button. Okay, and now it's gonna open up our terminal. Not terminal actually, it's gonna open up our local host. Alright, now what you're gonna do is you're gonna see all the results here. There we go. Can you see this navbar here? Now let's adjust our styles. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna remove this navbar. I'm gonna put this one here. Alright, let's do that. So come back to our VS Code and let's close the terminal here. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our navbar. Okay, and here, can you see this container fluid here? I'm gonna remove that. Okay, now save it, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my app.js. I'm gonna scroll down. Can you see this? I'm gonna cut it from here, Control X. Okay, save it. Let's go back here, and do you see this? I'm gonna remove this one. Okay, now I'm gonna paste it like this. There we go. And now here I'm gonna change a bunch of things. Okay, instead of this, I'm gonna write fs-3, something like this. Look, fs-3. Okay, and I don't need this one because it is inside my navbar. It will automatically adjust all of my styles. And I also forgot about putting the navbar brand back here. So let's write that navbar minus brand. So this is a class name defined inside Bootstrap to signify that this is the brand name. All right, after saving it, let's look at the result. There we go. Now look at this: home, feature, pricing, so on and so forth. Let's put it here on the end. How to do it? Follow along. So I'm gonna scroll down to this section. Okay, now what I'm gonna write here is justify content end. Okay, justify content end. There is it. All right, now I'm gonna go back here. Look at that, it is in this end. Beautiful. Now listen, what we're gonna write is we're gonna write here characters, we're gonna write here episodes, and we're gonna write here location according to our finalized project here. So let's do that as well. So let's come back here on the VS Code. First things first, let's define our pages. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here, and now I'm gonna create a new folder. Okay, inside the source folder we're gonna name it pages, something like this, pages. Okay, inside here I'm gonna make 2 more files. Okay, episodes.js. Okay, and then I'm gonna write location.js. Perfect. Now let's write dummy text here, RAFCE. Oh, my bad. All right, this is the dummy text here, and I'm gonna write here, this is the location, right? The locations are here. All right, now inside this episodes I'm gonna write the same thing. Okay, the episodes are here. There we go. All right, beautiful. Now let's come back to my, so currently I'm in app.js. Okay, so look at this. I'm gonna write not here, sorry, my bad. I'm gonna come here. Okay, and now I'm gonna write let me zoom in so that you can see it as well. Look at this, import, okay, curly bracket from and then you're gonna hit this quotes. Okay, and then you're gonna write react router DOM, which is this one. There we go. And here, by the way, make a note, this is version 6, this is not version 5 or 4. This is the latest and greatest version, which is React Router DOM version 6.0.1. Look at this. Okay, I'm gonna come back to my package JSON and look at this. Where is it? Look at this. Oh, not 0.1, actually 6.0.2. Okay, so I'm gonna use that accordingly, and I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna come back here, and what I'm gonna first of all import is browser router. Look at this, browser router. Okay, and you can also rename this something like this, look, as, and you can also write router. All right, now the next thing that you're gonna write is routes, 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 and then you're gonna write route. Okay, there we go. It should look something like this. All right, now what you're gonna do is a very crucial step. So instead of this, do you see this, what is written here, function app? Okay, instead of writing like this, what you're gonna write is, look at this, const. Okay, and make it home instead of app. Okay, and also you can also write it in arrow, in arrow function as well, something like this. Okay, now listen, a very crucial step. What you're gonna do is you're gonna come here and write function app. Okay, there we go. And inside here we're gonna make what, return statement, return. There we go. All right, now inside here what you're gonna write is, do you remember this router? Copy the router. Okay, and now you're gonna paste it like this. Now what you're gonna write inside here is, look at this, dot, and then you're gonna write app, then hit tab. Okay, and I guess I made a mistake, let me check. Yeah, it should be in capital letter. Okay, follow along, something like this. Look at that, there we go. Now let me explain what I did. Okay, so I have converted to this as the main function component. Okay, and I have converted this to a page, which means that if I come back to my original project here, look at this, how many pages do I have? 1, 2, 3. Okay, and do you see this navbar here? What I'm doing here is that, look at this, I'm gonna scroll down here, and do you see this navbar? Okay, I have put it here, which means that what I have to do is I have to put the same thing inside these 3 things, which means that I'm repeating the same thing again and again and again and again, which we don't want. Yes or no? We don't want that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cut it from here. Look at this, Control X. Okay, and I'm gonna come here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste it here like this. There we go. Now look at that. Now look at this, I have stopped the repetition. Now listen, how can I link this to our home page? So follow along with me. Look at this, what I'm gonna do right now. So you're gonna come back to your app here. Okay, app function, and below the nav bar what you're gonna do is, do you see this routes here? Copy the routes from there. Okay, and now make it like this. Okay, now let's define our route. Do you see this route here? Copy the route from there and paste it here like this. Okay, there we go. And now self close it like this. Now inside here we're gonna have 2 things. Okay, first of all is the path. Okay, equal to, now you're gonna put double quotes. Okay, like this. And the next thing that you're gonna have is an element like this. Okay, curly bracket. Now listen, a very crucial step again inside here. Okay, first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a slash here, which means that this will be our home page. And in order to link this inside, in order to link this with our home page, which is this one, what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this. Look at this. Look, it's very crucial. Okay, now right angle brackets here, paste it and then close it like this. There we go. Now this will always refer to the home page. We can do the same thing for the episodes and the location. Look at that. Follow along with me. Okay. Oh, my bad. Here is it. Now listen. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import the episodes. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna write import. Okay, episodes from, where is it, dot slash, inside my not dot slash, sorry, dot slash, inside pages. Okay, slash episodes. All right, now I'm going to import the locations, just location. Okay, location from, where is it, dot slash pages slash location. Bam. All right, now look at this. This is episodes. Copy that, paste it here. Now look, this is location, copy that, paste it here. Bam. And here you're gonna write episodes. Okay, episodes. And here you're gonna write location. There we go. Beautiful. Now let's test whether it works or not. Now this is our project. We can't actually see anything. That's because we didn't define anything here. But don't worry, we're gonna define all of this. But first of all, let's write here episodes. Episodes. Okay, let's hit enter. There we go. It is linking to our episodes here. If I click here, if I write here location, 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 there we go. The locations here are here, and if I go back, it was written the episodes are here, which means that it is working perfectly fine. Now listen, we're gonna define our episodes, locations, characters here. Okay, and whenever I click this, I want to go back as well. Let's do that. Oh, by the way, did you notice that wherever I go, this nav bar will be fixed here, which means that, look at this, I'm gonna go back to my location. Can you see that? I didn't import this. What is it? I did not import this nav bar inside my location. Look at that. This is inside the location, right? So if I go back here to my location, look at that. Where is the nav bar? I didn't even import it inside here. Look at the episode. Where is it? I didn't even import the nav bar here. It is working like what? It is working like a template. I really hope that you understood this so far. Alright, now let's fix this. Come back to VS Code. And now you're gonna go to your nav bar. Okay, at the very top, you're gonna import something. Okay, import curly bracket from, where is it, React router DOM. Okay, we're gonna import two things. First of all is the nav link, and the next thing is we're gonna import link, something like this. Okay, oh my bad, link. Now generally we use the link, but why did I import the nav link? What is the logic behind it? Okay, because nav link has a property called active class name, which we want in order to toggle this. Do you see this? Do you see this underline here? Whenever I click this, it's gonna get underlined. Whenever I click the location, look at that, it is underlining that, which means that we can only use that, which means that we can also let the user know that where they are. If they go to episodes, then they can understand that they're currently in the episodes, not in the character or on the location. So that's why we are using this nav link. Now look at this link here. I'm gonna copy the link here like this, Control C. Do you see this H1? Let's replace that with this link. There we go. And this is nav link here. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down to my anchor tag. This is anchor tag. I'm gonna replace that like this. Okay, there we go. And by the way, we need 3 nav. Okay, so we don't need the last one, which is the disable one. Okay, let's remove that. Let's replace that as well like this. Replace this. There we go. And this is href. Remove this href from here, something like this. Okay, alright guys, remove this one as well, something like this. Yeah, that should go as well. Now here you can write 2, okay, equal to double quotes. Now listen, let's remove this one as well. It will be characters. Okay, characters. It will be episodes, episodes, and here it's gonna be location. There we go. And listen, do you see this 2 here? It will lead us to which one? It's gonna lead us to this home page. You should write it like this. Now the next thing that you're gonna write is Do the same thing for here and you write episodes. Okay, whatever you have defined inside your app.js, do you see this? It should be matching, it should be the exact match to this one as well, something like this. Okay, or what you can do is you can just copy paste it. Okay, look at this, I'm gonna copy paste it like this, Control C. Okay, and now look at this, I'm gonna paste it here like this, Control V. There we go. I made a mistake, my bad. 2 is equal to this one. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to test whether it works or not. Alright, so we have a big error here, but don't worry, let's go to only localhost, since it is inside localhost / localhost. Okay, / location. Okay, so let's go to localhost and still we have this problem. Let's fix that. So we made this error, that's because we forgot to add the path towards our first link, which is actually this one. Do you see this link? I'm gonna write 2 equal to, okay, double quotes, and then I'm gonna hit the slash. It's gonna lead us, I mean this Rick and Morty title will lead us to the home page as well. So after saving it, let's check. There we go, beautiful. I'm gonna refresh the page and look at that, we have this result so far. But look at this, it looks very bad. We need to change the styles as well. First, let's change the font size to FS5. Okay, we should change it here. All right, FS -5. Okay, let's save it, let's check. All right, look at that, it became bigger. Okay, all right, notice carefully that it's not working. That's because if I come back here, do you see this? It is written class, not class name. That's why it's not working. So do you remember this style? I mean, do you remember this function search? I'm gonna zoom in. Okay, now listen, I'm gonna click this and click it again. Okay, do you see this package log? I'm just gonna cut it from here. Okay, so we're inside the nav bar. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this filter button from here. Okay, look at this, can you see this? It is inside the nav bar. Let's replace everything. There we go, it replaced everything with from class to class name. There we go, can you see this? Beautiful. Now let's test whether it works or not after saving it. Okay, let's go back to our results. There we go, the styles, I mean the bootstrap styles got applied here perfectly fine. All right, now listen, let's click it and see whether it works or not. I'm gonna click episodes. Look at that, the episodes are here. Let me zoom in. So if I click this, look at that, it's gonna go back to my home page. If I click location, look at that, it is going there, which means that our routes and our nav bar is working perfectly fine. All right guys, now I'm gonna open the developer tools like this, and listen, if I let me make it smaller. Look at this. Okay, if I hit certain breakpoint like this, look at that. Okay, if I click here, look at this, we're gonna have all of these characters inside a hamburger menu. So let's change this hamburger menu. Okay, we're gonna have a hamburger menu and a cross sign. Okay, so I'm gonna use something called font awesome. Okay, font awesome. So we're gonna use this font awesome. Okay, but don't worry, I got your back. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go back to my repository. Okay, and now you're gonna scroll down. So what you can find is, do you see this font awesome CDN? Just grab it from here. Okay, or what you can do is you can just click this. Okay, this is the copy button. Okay, now you're gonna come back to your VS Code, and inside your public, okay, do you see this public folder? Come to your index.js. Okay, save some time. Okay, you're gonna come here and paste it. Okay, there we go, we have the font awesome CDN. Perfect. Now close everything. You closed everything from here and except this one, nav bar. Okay, just open your nav bar here, and we're gonna import some buttons inside here. Do you see this span tag here? I'm gonna remove that shortly. Okay, wait a second. So first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here on the font awesome, and here I'm gonna write menu. Okay, something like this. Now it's gonna open up a bunch of icons here. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Okay, something like this. Wait a second, it's coming, it's loading up. Yeah, we got it. I'm gonna copy it like this. Okay, copy and then come back here, and below this line, okay, I'm gonna remove that, don't worry. Below this line, I'm gonna paste it here like this. Okay, and this is the menu, right here, open. I have attached this open class. All right, now I'm gonna go back here, and now listen, I'm gonna write here close or cross. You can also write X here. You can also write the X in this search bar, it will still work. Okay, now you're gonna scroll down to do you see this X here? I'm gonna copy that. All right, scroll down, I'm gonna copy this. Now let's go back and paste it here like this. There we go. And now listen, I'm gonna replace this with close. All right, and let's check whether it works or not. Oh, by the way, let's actually remove this as well from here. There we go. Save it. Let's check. So on the result, look at that. We have two icons. Oh, wait, let me show you. Do you see these two icons here? Yeah, we got it beautifully. Now listen, it is both showing up, but we don't want that. Okay, in order to fix it, what we're gonna do is you're gonna come back here, and you can also define styles here. All right, something like this. Look, style JSX. Okay, style, and here I'm gonna write JSX. Here write curly bracket and then backticks like this. Okay, and here, do you see this button, area expanded? I'm gonna use that. Okay, first of all I'm gonna write button, button, button. Okay, and then I'm gonna grab this area expanded false. Now listen, this represents that the nav bar, I mean the hamburger menu, is closed. So listen, when my hamburger menu is closed, I want to target my cross. Okay, dot close. And now we're gonna make it display none. Look at this. So this false, I mean this one will target our this one. Okay, after saving it, let's go back to our result screen. Let's refresh. Look at that, the cross is gone. Okay, but the menu is still there. There we go. But look at that, it is not working perfectly fine. So in order to fix that, just copy this entire line, paste it again, and from close to make it open, this one. Okay, something like this, and now make it true. There we go. Let's check. All right, look at that, it's working perfectly fine. Beautiful. Now listen, if you want to make it a little bit bolder, this font size, you can do it as well. Look at that. You're gonna come back here and you're gonna write FW bold, copy this, same thing, paste it here like this. There we go. Now you're gonna go back here. Look at that, it is working perfectly fine. And let's make it black color, okay, instead of that color. So I'm gonna change it to, let's say, text dark. Okay, DARK. Oh, my bad. Let's copy that again, Control C, paste here like this. All right, now let's check. All right, look at that, it is in black color and it is also visible. Beautiful. All right guys, do you remember something called the nav link here? Yeah, as I was telling you, like if I go back to my original display, I mean original screen, then look at this. Okay, we have a border bottom here. How did I do this? Let me show you. Okay, let's come back here and you're gonna scroll down and you can apply this class in any of these three nav links here. Okay, I mean all of them will work perfectly fine. Just apply it to anywhere. So what you're gonna write is something called active class name. Okay, capital letter C LASS NAME. So look at this, don't make spelling mistake. Okay, look at this, active, then capital letter C and then capital letter N. Okay, and now you can write equal to double quotes and now you can write the active. Okay, active. Now after saving it, if you go back to the result screen, look at that, nothing will actually work except it will become a little bit bolder. Okay, it will become a little bit bolder and a little bit dark in color. Okay, but we don't want that. We want a different kind of styles. So in order to do that, do you remember that we have something called, wait a second, let me show you. We have something called app.css. Yeah, we're gonna define all of our styles here. Which one was it? Dot active. Okay, now we're gonna write here border bottom. So border bottom, okay, it's gonna be in 2 pixels solid and then hashtag, let's use this color. Okay, let's make it 3 pixel actually, like this. And now let's set the font weight to bold. Okay, font weight to bold. All right, and now we're gonna change the color as well to this color. Can you see this color? Control C. Now paste it like this. All right, and in case if this one does not work, what you're gonna do is you're gonna write like something like this. Look, important. Then it's gonna override the bootstrap class. All right, now let's check the results. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here, I'm gonna refresh everything. Now look at that, on the result screen it is not working. Why is that? That's because we have defined the class inside the app.css, but we also need to import it inside our nav bar, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, first things first. And the next thing is, let me show you. Do you see this? We don't have any gap in between. the nav bar and the search bar. Let's change that as well. So you're gonna come back to your nav bar, scroll up to this section, okay, and here write MB-4, save it. Now here you're gonna import the styles, okay, look at this, // and now you're gonna search for the // again, app CSS. There we go, save it. Now let's check the results. Beautiful, look at that. Can you see that it is currently targeting the characters? If I go to episodes, look at that, episodes. If I go and select the location, look at that, it's working perfectly fine. Let's come back here. There we go, it is now selecting the characters, which is the home page. It is working beautifully, perfectly fine. So that's that for the React router. I really hope that you understood this module. Alright guys, so far so good. We're almost done with our project, okay? Just the episode and the location are left, okay? Hang in there. So this is our finalized project, okay? So if I go to my episodes, look at this. We have the episode name, which is pilot. Then we have the air date, okay? And then we have all of these cards which are from episode number 1. So look at this. We have this input group here. So if I click here, look at this. We have all the episodes, okay, from 1 to up to 51. So let's say that I want to click episode number 42. Look at that, it's gonna change the name from pilot to this one. Air date will be changed, and all the characters, do you see this, it changed as well. So let's make this inside our VS Code, okay? So you're gonna come back here and you're gonna close everything, okay? And by the way, let me actually show you, these are the cards, okay? And these cards are actually predefined inside here. We already have the module, we just need to reuse it, okay? So you're gonna come to these pages inside this episode. Can you see this? We're gonna reuse this. All right, so now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go back to your documentation of Rick and Morty API, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna come to this docs, okay, and then you're gonna come to this REST API. Can you see that? All right, so look at this. So far we have used the character end. Now we're gonna use the location and the episode, okay? First of all, we're working with episodes, all right? So I'm gonna grab this one first, Control C, all right? And now you're gonna go back here and you're gonna write here API, okay? Let API is equal to this one. There we go. And you remember this, we will not use the back double quotes. We're gonna use backticks because we're gonna use a number here to fetch the data, okay? Look at this, episode then /1. It will bring me all the characters from episode number 1. But let me actually let us actually inspect what is coming from this API, okay, from this link. So I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna paste it like this, okay, enter. Now let's check what is coming from that. All right, so if I zoom in, look at this. First of all, we have the ID, okay, and then we have the characters. Do you see that we have all the characters here? All right, so look at this, we have the air date as well, then the name of the episode. There we go. So these are all the information that we need to build up our episode module here. So let's start. All right, so I'm gonna come back here, and here I'm gonna I'm gonna use the state, okay? Use state and use effect as well, okay? Use state to manage our state of the ID, okay? And instead of writing here 1 directly, I'm gonna use a variable here, okay? And I'm gonna write the ID number here. And look at this, I'm gonna write let square bracket and ID, then set ID in capital letters equal to use state, not that one, use state, and then bracket, I'm gonna put 1 as the default value. All right, so far so good. And then at the bottom here, I'm gonna write an use effect hook, okay? And then inside here, I'm gonna make a function, okay? Arrow function. Look at this, follow along with me, okay? Equal to arrow function, curly bracket, and then I'm gonna put a comma here, okay? And now I'm gonna put square bracket here, and this is API. I'm gonna put this API to watch here like this. There we go, we have it so far. And inside here, do you remember IIFE? Immediately invoke functional expression. I'm gonna use that. Follow along, okay? Look at this, brackets, then brackets again. Now I'm gonna write here asynchronous function since we are loading data from a API. All right, async function. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna make a function here, and now I'm gonna define everything. So first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write let data. Okay, data is equal to away. All right, and now I'm gonna fetch the data from my API like this. There we go. And now dot then. All right, now we're getting the response from there. Now I'm gonna make an arrow function. Okay, now listen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna convert that response to JSON. Okay, res.json. There we go. And let's remove the 0. Yeah, we have this one so far. And if I console log it, console.log, okay, data. There we go. Let's check what we got so far. All right, now I'm back to the project. Don't come to these characters, come to these episodes. Okay, and now you're gonna open your console here, and look at this. We got ourselves an object. Let me actually clear this. Okay, now if you open your console, you're gonna get this. Okay, look at that. We got ourselves the air date, characters, created, episode, ID number, then name, so on and so forth. We're gonna use all of this data to make our project here. So first things first, what do we have? We have the episode name. Let's do that. And before that, what we have to do is we have to use a state. Okay, so follow along with me. I'm gonna write let. Okay, now here I'm gonna write info, then set info, something like this. Okay, equal to, I'm gonna use this state here, use state, okay, bracket, and then you're gonna put square brackets here. There we go. And now the next thing that you're gonna do is, instead of passing the data inside our console, right here set info, or not that one, set info. And there you have it. We are storing all the data inside this info. Now let's check whether it is coming there or not. Okay, console.log. Okay, I'm gonna write info here. Now listen, let's test whether it works or not. Let's go back here. Okay, and you're gonna open the console. Look at that, we got ourselves this object. Now look at this, we have the air date. I'm gonna destructure it, something like this. Look, let, okay, let, then you're gonna write curly bracket equal to info. All right, now listen, I'm gonna put the air date here. Now I'm gonna go back here. Look at this, do you see this? Where is it? Name. This is the name. I'm gonna copy that name. Look at that, comma. Okay, paste it there. There we go. We have the air date, we have the name. Beautiful. Now listen, I'm gonna scroll down to this. Can you see this return statement here? Let's style it. Okay, follow along. All right, here, do you see this? I'm gonna remove this from here, and I'm gonna first of all write class name. Okay, equal to double quotes container. Okay, and here I'm gonna create 2 rows. Okay, dot row start 2 tab. There we go. We have this so far. Now inside here, make a h1 tag. Okay, h1 dot, which will also generate us a class name. Can you see that? Now here I'm gonna write text center. Oh my bad, text center. There we go. Now listen, you're gonna copy the same thing. Okay, and listen, pass it here like this. Now instead of the h1, write h5. Okay, and here what I'm gonna write is the air date. Okay, and now you're gonna hit curly bracket. Why curly bracket? Because do you see this one? We have the air date destructured from info, right? Now scroll down, pass it here like this. There we go. The next thing is we're gonna use the name. Okay, now scroll down up to this section, and now you're gonna write episode, okay, colon, curly bracket, pass it here like this. All right, now let's check whether it works or not. There we go, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, let me actually zoom out to 100%. Okay, there we go. Now if you want to put some gap in between here, sure, why not? Come back here and write mb minus, where is it? Yeah, mb minus 3. There we go. Let's come back here. Look at that, we have some gap here. If you want to expand it, you can also put mb minus 4. There we go. Now listen, here's the thing. Okay, I have noticed that in some episodes and in some locations, okay, in some locations, it is actually empty. There is nothing written. So in those cases, what will happen is the location will be blank, the dimension will be blank, the type will be blank. The same case for the episodes as well. So in order to avoid this, what you can do is, instead of passing the name here directly, what you can do is you can write something like this. Look, okay, equal to blank. Okay, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna write a question mark. So in case if the name is blank, then we're gonna write unknown, something like this. Okay, and if this one is true, then it's gonna print us unknown. Else what will happen is it's gonna give us the name. Let me actually close that. It's gonna give us the name which is coming from the API, something like this. There we go. We're gonna apply the same principle inside here as well. Just follow along. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it here like this. And do you see this air date? I'm gonna copy this and paste it here like this. There we go. Now let's check. Yeah, not that one. Yeah, there is it. Now listen, we're gonna make this blue color. How to do it? Follow along. I'm gonna go back to my VS Code. Where is it actually? It is here, right? So I'm gonna hit enter. Now look at this. Span dot text minus it should be primary, which is the blue color. Primary. Yep. I'm gonna Control X, paste it here like this. There we go. Now let's check whether it works or not. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. And now listen, look at this. Do you see this? Do you see that there is no gap in between this colon and this text? How to make a gap? Look at this. You're just gonna write curly bracket, double quotes, and put a gap here. Look at that. All right, now let's inspect. Look at this. We have a gap between this colon and this text. Beautiful. Now let's make all of our cards here. So do you remember this second row here? I'm gonna use this. Okay, so listen, first of all, I'm gonna divide this to columns. Okay, look at this. Dot col -3. This one will carry my inputs from my input group. Okay, so I'm just gonna write here pick episodes. We're gonna make this later on. Okay, and now I'm gonna write dot col -8. This will carry all the cards. Okay, cards are here. There we go. Yep, something like this. Oh, by the way, I also forgot to write the row here, otherwise it's not gonna work. Dot row. Okay, tab. There we go. And this cards are here. I'm gonna cut it from here. Control X, and now I'm gonna paste it here. So why it won't work? That's because if I come back to my card component here, look at this. It is already inside a column -4, which means that we gotta use this. Otherwise, it's gonna break our code. All right. So this is the result that we got so far. Now let's inspect the dev tools. Okay, look at this. We have this object. So what are we actually getting? Air date, characters, created episode. We now need the characters. Can you see this? All of these characters here are in total 19 characters. Now listen, out of all of these characters, we're gonna select one by one using a map so that we can extract data from here and pass it inside our cards. How to do it? Follow along. So I'm going to come back to my VS Code here, and I'm going to scroll at the very top to this use effect. Can you see this? So what do we have here? Let's inspect. First of all, we have the data. Okay, by the way, I'm going to remove that from here. So we have the data. Okay, so what is actually getting extracted from this data, which is here? Okay, this data is coming from the API. Then we need to select which one? The characters. All right, so follow along. So I'm gonna write first of all, let a is equal to, you can, by the way, you can also write anything you wish. Okay, something like this, but no problem. I'm just gonna use an a here, and now I'm gonna have to write something here, but don't worry about that. And before writing something here, I'm gonna first of all make a state here. Okay, let, look at this, results. Okay, comma, set results. Oh, by the way, you gotta make sure that whatever you write here matches with what you write inside your app.js. Let's check. Okay, so we have defined our results. Where are the results? Yeah, there's it. We have the results here. Okay, it should match our this one here, otherwise it's not gonna work. Why is that? That's because if you come back to your cards here, look at this, we have passed the results. Okay, the name should match, the props should match. All right, so now let's go back here. Where is it? Yeah, here. So set results, okay, equal to use state. Now do the same thing for whatever you have set for the info. Okay, something like this. There we go. This is the default, which will be blank. Okay, back to the results screen. It will break anyways, so don't worry about that. We're gonna fix that. So listen, how many links do we have? We have in total 19 links, which means that we have to extract data from all of them one by one. So how will we do this? We're gonna use something called promise.all. Follow along with me. Come back to your VS Code and here write await, okay? Await and then promise, this one, okay? Promise.all, okay? Brackets. Now, do you remember what is coming from this data? We also have something called characters. So I'm gonna select that. Look at this. Data.characters, okay? Characters. Let me actually show you where this is, okay? So back to the console, look at this, characters. Can you see this? I'm gonna copy that from here as well, something like this, okay? There we go, characters. Now listen, this is inside what? This is inside an array, right? So I can also map it like this, look, dot map. There we go. Now inside here, I'm gonna make an arrow function, something like this, look, okay? Now I'm gonna have to return something here. I'm gonna return the fetch, okay? Look at this. So we have to fetch data from all of these links one by one. Only then it will work, okay? So in order to do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let me actually come here and pass an argument here. You can write anything you wish, but I'm gonna put X here, okay? And now I'm gonna put X here as well, which means that it's gonna select our links one by one, okay? And once it catches them one by one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, look, then it means that I'm gonna convert it. I'm gonna convert the response to a JSON, something like this. Look, res.json. There we go. Beautiful. Alright guys, once that's done, what we're gonna do is, do you see this A? We're gonna pass it inside our set results. Follow along, okay? So here, okay? Not here. What you're gonna write is you're gonna write set results. There we go. And inside here, do you see this A? You're gonna pass the A inside this set results, something like this. There we go. And now for the fun part, you're gonna scroll down to your cards are here. Do you see this? I'm gonna remove this from here. Oh, my bad. Sorry for that. Yeah. And now I'm gonna import the cards. Look at this, cards. Okay. Now I'm gonna import it inside here as well. I'm gonna scroll up to this section, import. Okay, cards from, my bad. Which section was it? It is inside my components, right? Components / cards / cards. There we go. Now listen, do you see this results here? I'm gonna copy that results. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down and then I'm gonna pass it here like this. There we go. Alright guys, now let's look at the magic. Okay, if I open up my results screen, look at that. We're inside our episodes and look at that. It has beautifully loaded all of our data inside our episodes panel. Look at this. We're inside this episode. We're not inside these characters. Look at this. If I come back to the characters, this is for the characters page and this one is for the episodes page, and it looks very beautiful. But look at this problem. Do you see this? We have no gap in between. Let's define some gaps. Let's come back here. Alright, and do you see this row, which is this one actually? So I'm gonna write MB -4. Okay, save it. Let's go back and check whether it's, yes, it is working perfectly fine. There we go. Alright guys, we're successful so far. Now the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna make this input field here. Okay, do you see this? We have something called pick episode. Okay, and then if I click here, then we can select anything we wish. Alright, and then it's gonna fetch the data from there. Let's make this. Alright, and once we're done with this, we're gonna make our location. Okay, so let's move fast. So you're gonna come back here and first of all you're gonna write dot text center. Okay, then dot MB -4. Okay, then hit tab. There we go. And inside here, do you see this pick episodes? Cut it from here. Okay, now paste it here. There we go. That's the result that we got so far. If we come back here and instead of this div, where is it? Here it is. Instead of this div, let's convert this to h4. Okay, so that it looks a little bit bigger and it looks good. Yeah, we have it so far. Now I'm gonna come back to Bootstrap and here I'm gonna write something called input groups. Okay, input group. Can you see this? I'm gonna click this. Okay, and now look at this. We have a bunch of input groups here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, let me actually show you this one. Wait a second. Yeah, here is it. Do you see this? So we need this one. This is exactly what we want. So if I go back to my results screen, look at that. I also made it in the same way as well. Look at that. All right, we're gonna use this to our component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy the first one will do. Okay, copy it like this. Okay, Control C. Now I'm gonna go back to my VS Code, and inside these components, okay, this is components here. Inside my filter, inside the category, I'm gonna make something called input group.js. So follow along with me. Okay, so I'm gonna write here input group.js. Beautiful. And inside here RAFCE tab. All right, let me zoom out. Okay, let's paste it here like this. Control V. There we go. Now save it. Now do you see this label here? I'm gonna remove this label from here. All right, now we're gonna keep it as it is. Now listen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my episodes, and here, okay, I'm gonna import the label, something like this. Look, label, what was it actually? Input group, sorry, my bad. Input group. Can you see this? In case if you can't see this, just write it manually. Okay, there we go. I have saved it. Now I'm gonna go back to my result screen. So this is the result so far. Look at that. If I click here, look at this. We have this options, which is 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna change that right now. Let's do that. So first of all, what I'm gonna do is come at the very top here, okay, and I'm gonna actually inspect how many pages do I have. Okay, let's go back. Then you're gonna open up a new tab here, and then you're gonna paste the link. Okay, now look at this. This is not pages, actually these are called episodes. So in total we have 51 episodes. We're gonna use this. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to my VS Code here and scroll down, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do you see this input group here? I'm gonna write something called total. Okay, equal to curly bracket, and now I'm gonna write here 51. Now listen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna map this number. I mean, I'm gonna break this number into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I mean, you got the idea, right? Let me show you. Here I'm gonna write something like this. Look, console.log. By the way, I'm inside this input group. Okay, first of all, let's actually destructure the total. Okay, total. There we go. Now listen, in order to break down the 51 into 1, 2, 3, 4, what I'm gonna do first of all is I'm gonna write a array. Okay, because inside this array I'm gonna store all the numbers. Okay, then I'm gonna do this. Look, dot dot dot. Okay, array bracket. Then I'm gonna write total. Okay, then I'm gonna write dot keys bracket again. Now save it. Let's check whether it works or not. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here. Let me actually open the console. Now look at this. I have something called arrays. Look at that. I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on and so forth up to how much? 50. But look at this. We need the number up to 51, not 50. But look at this. Hey, do you see this length here? It is enroll 51. That's because if I come to this section, look at this. In arrays, they also include the 0, but don't worry, we're gonna add 1 to it, and then we're gonna solve this problem. All right, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here, and since this issue is solved, I mean, we're gonna solve it in a later on. Now you're gonna come back to your VS Code, and do you see this thing? Do you see this option? How many options do we have right now? We have just 3 options, but we need how many options? 51 options. So follow along with me. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna write a curly bracket here. Okay, and do you see this? I'm gonna cut it from here like this, Control X. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it here like this. I'm gonna remove this console from here, and now I'm gonna make a map. Okay, and inside this map, what do I need? First of all, I need the individual numbers, so I'm gonna write the X here. Okay, and now here I'm gonna write an arrow function, something like this. Look at that. Now listen, I'm gonna return something here. What am I gonna return here? Do you see this? I'm gonna cut it from here, Control X. I'm gonna paste it here like this. There we go. And listen, I'm gonna remove this from here. Okay, and do you see the value here? Yeah, I'm gonna write a curly bracket here. Okay, and then do you see this X here? I'm gonna put the X here. Since listen, it starts from 0, so our value will start from 0 as well, which we don't want. We want to start from what? 1. So X plus 1. There we go. You're gonna do the same thing for this one as well. Okay, remove that, paste it here like this. There we go. And now if I come back to my result screen, look at this. If I'm gonna click this, look at this. How many options can you see here? I have a bunch of options here, right? Yep. And look at this, instead of doing like this 1 2 3 4 5 6, let's say if I click 10, it doesn't mean anything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write episode, something like this. Look, if you click here, look at this, episode number 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's do this, okay, because it looks very beautiful. All right, so you're gonna come back here and you're gonna pass something called name. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, okay, save it please, come back to episode, this is input here, I'm gonna pass the name here, okay, equal to curly bracket, not curly bracket actually, double quotes. What is it? Episode, right? Episode. Now by the way, you're gonna scroll up and do you see this set, where is it? Yeah, set ID. Just copy it from here, because do you remember this ID? We also need to change the ID so that we can get fresh data from our API. So scroll down to this cards, not cards, sorry, input group. Okay, now paste it here like this. There we go, equal to same thing here as well. Go to your input group, now comma, paste it like this. There we go. We're gonna add functionalities to this, don't worry. First of all, let's fix it. Okay, you're gonna write the name here, then minus, and then, oh by the way, don't forget to write the curly bracket, otherwise it's not gonna work. All right, there we go. This is our result. So I mean, this is our code so far. Let's test it out. Look at that. All right, if I refresh here, look at this. So pick episode. Which episode do you want? I want the episode number 26, but look at that, it's not fetching our data. Let's add that functionality to it. So now I'm gonna come back to my input group here, and do you see something called this one, select? By the way, change this ID as well because it looks quite default. Curly bracket and then write name. All right, now inside this select, what I'm gonna write is a property called on change. On change, okay, this one, then equal to curly bracket. Now in order to get the input from 1 2 3 4 5 6 so on and so forth up to 50 or 51, just write an E. Okay, make an arrow function here. Okay, and do you see this set ID? Copy that, paste it here, brackets, e dot target dot value. Now this set ID will change this one. Wait a second, let me show you this ID, which eventually means that it's gonna change our ID inside our API as well. And look at this API, it is on watch by this use effect. Where is it? Here is it. Look at that, which means that it's gonna load us fresh data. Let's test our result. So let's go back here and let's refresh. All right, we're on episode number currently on default, which is episode number 1. Okay, so let's go to episode, look at this, it is in pilot mode. Okay, look at this, I'm gonna go to episode number 17. Look at that, the name changed, the date changed as well, and now we also got new data from our API, which means that this section is working beautifully, perfectly fine. Alright guys, so far so good. We are done successfully making our characters page and the episodes page. Now we gotta make the locations page. So let's actually compare this with the finalized project. Okay, so if I come back here, look at this, the episode and the location more or less looks similar except the API. Alright, so what in this case is what we can do is just copy paste everything. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to my episodes. Alright, so I'm gonna copy everything from here, including the input group and our cards here. Okay, so Control A, Control C. Okay, now let's come back to our location and paste everything like this. There we go. Now save it, and now we have to do some changes. All right, so what is the name of our file? It is location, right? So let's rename it like this, location. So copy that, and now you're gonna scroll location, you're gonna scroll down and paste the same thing here. There we go. Now if we try to run it, then we're gonna find an error, so we need to solve that error. So you're gonna come back to your documentation of the Rick and Morty wiki. Now you're gonna come to this portion, okay, location schema. Okay, now listen, you're gonna scroll down to this section. Do you see this endpoint? We have this one. Okay, so you're gonna copy it like this, Control C. Now let's go back here and we're just gonna change the API like this. Okay, listen, don't change this one, just from this portion change everything. There we go. Now save it. If we go back to our result screen, then it's gonna break everything. Don't worry, we're gonna change everything slowly, one by one.
First of all, let's actually inspect what is coming from our API. Okay, so let's open a new tab, paste it here. Okay, and now you're gonna hit /1. Okay, let's check what is coming from here. So I'm gonna scroll, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Look at this. First of all, we have something called ID. Okay, then we have the name, we have the type, we have the dimension. All right, and then we have something called residence. All right, so according to this, all of this data, we're gonna change it. Okay, so first of all, what do we have? We have wait a second, we have the name. Can you see this name? I'm gonna copy the name. All right, now I'm gonna come back here. Do you see this info section inside the location? We don't need them. Okay, so let's remove everything and just put the name here. All right, now you're gonna go back here and do you see this type here? Copy that type, come back, put it here, come back again. Do you see the dimension here? Copy the dimension. Okay, come back here and then put it here like this. There we go. Now save it. Now what you're gonna do is, do you see this? It is written data.characters. So in the episodes we got something called characters, but in this cases we're getting something called residence. Can you see this? Just copy the residence from here. Okay, now put it here. It should solve the problem. And there's another problem, that is you're gonna scroll down up to this section. Do you see this? There's something written air date. So since we don't have this, I'm just gonna for now I'm just gonna comment this. All right, something like this. There we go. Now let's check whether everything is changed or not. And there you have it. Inside our locations page, it is rendering all of our cards, but we need to change a lot of things. First of all, we need to change this. So look at this. It is written episodes inside the location. We gotta change that, and instead of the episode, we have to change it to location, which is like this one. All right, and then we gotta put the dimension and the type of the type as well. So let's do it. So let's come back here, and instead of the episode, we're gonna write location. Okay, location. There we go. And this should be as it is. We don't need to change anything, and we're gonna come here. All right, now we're gonna change that to what is it called, dimension. Okay, just copy the dimension from there and come here, then put the dimension here. All right, there we go. Put it here as well. Wait a second. Yep, make it capital letter for the D. Save it. Let's check the results. Now look at that, we have this result so far. Now what we have to put is the type, okay, and the pick location instead of the pick episodes. All right, so let's change that. So you're gonna scroll down. Do you see this? Pick episodes, change it to location. All right, excellent. And now you're gonna come here. Do you see this? Below the H5 tag, just first of all copy this. Okay, paste it again like this. All right, now change it to H6 like this. All right, now listen. You're gonna write the type here, something like this. All right, now listen, you're gonna scroll up to this. Do you see this? I'm gonna copy the type from here, and now I'm gonna come back here. Where is it? Yep, here. Now paste it like this. All right, paste it like this again. Now let's check the results. So this is the result so far. Now look at this. Okay, if I click here, now look at this. Instead of the location, it is showing me episode number 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. But we don't want this. So if I come back to my API here, so instead of writing the 1 directly here, let's actually look what is actually coming from here. So look at this. In the info section, not the results actually, in the info section, do you see this written? It's written count 126, which means that there are in total 126 locations in our API. So in order to adjust that, what we have to do is we're gonna scroll down to this section. This is total, it's written 51. That's the 51 episodes, but we need 126 for the location. All right, so since it is written here, the count is 126. So I'm just inputting it directly here. All right, now I'm gonna save it, and do you see this name here? I'm gonna change it to location. All right, now save it. So let's test the result. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my result screen and look at that. I'm gonna refresh. All right, and inside this location, I'm gonna look at this. I have in total 126 locations. There we go. Let's say that I'm gonna pick location number 4. Look at that. It is changing the name here, dimension, and the planet as well, and it is loading me all the residents from this location. All right, let's change it to, let's say, 6. There we go. Interdimensional cable. Look at this, it is the name. Okay, and it is also loading me all the residents here, which means that this component is working perfectly fine. Alright guys, I noticed a bug. So let's say that I'm gonna pick, let's say, location number 3. it's gonna load all the locations from all the characters from location number 3. But look at this, if I click here and if I hit choose, then look at that, it's gonna break our site. Why is that? That is because we didn't define any values here. So if I come back to my input group JS, which from the category, it is actually inside here. Okay, so what you're gonna do is, do you see this? It doesn't have a value, so you're gonna put the value here. Okay, value equal to, put it to 1. All right, it's gonna solve our problem. So I'm gonna come back here, and now look at this. For the location, I'm gonna first of all pick location number 4. Okay, and now let's pick location number which is the default one, choose. All right, now look at that, it is working perfectly fine. Alright guys, the next thing that we're gonna build is called dynamic linking. So by that I mean that, let's say that I'm on my original project. Okay, so I'm gonna first of all come to my home page, okay, which is the characters page. Now look at this, I can pick any character and I can know more about that specific characters. Let's say that I'm gonna pick Jerry Smith. Okay, I'm gonna click this, look at that, it's gonna load me first of all the name, then the image, then the status, whether it is alive, dead or unknown, and then it has more characters like location, origin, and then what is the species, so on and so forth. Okay, so we're gonna make that. And by the way, look at this, it is the character number 5. Okay, look at that, it is dynamically loading us the number as well. So let's say that I'm gonna pick let's say this one. Okay, look at that, it's gonna be character number 20. So it is everything happening so everything is happening automatically using the dynamic pages. Okay, so let's come to our episodes here. Okay, so look at this, it is written episodes. Now let's say I'm gonna pick this one. Okay, look at that, it's written episodes then /395, which is the character number here, I mean the ID number of our character. So let's build this in our app. So the very first thing that you're gonna do is you're gonna make a component named card details inside your cards. Okay, do you see this? We're gonna make another component. Okay, card details.js. all right, something like this. Now RAFCE tab, so you're gonna write here the details of the card are here. All right, I made a spelling mistake, my bad. All right, now listen, now you're gonna go to app.js inside here. All right, now we're gonna define the paths here. So first of all, what do we exactly want? Let's look at the result. So I'm back to my original project. So tell me, how many pages do I have? 1, 2, 3, right? So this is the home page. So let's say that I'm gonna write /50. Okay, look at that, it's gonna load me the character number 50 like that, but it is inside the home page. But if I want to look at the episode, so let's say that I'm gonna click this. Now look at that, it is written home page then /episodes then /62. In the same way, if I come to my location, look at that, I'm on the location page. Now if I click this one, look at this, it is written location / then the character ID is here. So we're gonna make like this. Now the very first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna come back to our app.js. Okay, and now you're gonna copy this. All right, and then you're gonna paste it here like this. And listen, instead of rendering the home page, I mean the home component, what we're gonna render is called card details, the one that we just created a couple of seconds ago. Okay, so you're gonna write here card details. Can you see this? In case if you don't see this, what you're gonna do is you're gonna write it manually. Okay, there we go. Now instead of this path, what I'm gonna write is, look at this, I'm gonna write colon and then ID. There we go, we have successfully defined our path here. All right, now if I go back to the result screen, now I'm gonna go to my home page, not here, actually here. So look at this, I'm gonna come back to my home page and I'm gonna write here / and now I'm gonna write anything I wish, and then I'm gonna hit enter. There we go, can you see this? The card details are here, so this component is getting rendered. But if I write something like this, look, first of all the home page, then the episodes, okay, and then / something. If I hit enter, now look at that, it is rendering nothing, it is completely blank here. So let's fix that as well. So you're gonna come back here, copy this one, okay, Control C, and then define the routes here like this. Okay, there we go. And do you see this? It is written something like this. Okay, first of all copy the episodes, Control C, paste it here and then put a /. There we go. In the same way, what you're gonna do is you're gonna copy the location. Okay, Control C, put it here like this, then you're gonna hit /, then you're gonna save it. All right, so it should look something like this if you have written everything completely in a perfect way. All right, so you're gonna come back here and look at this. If I refresh here, look at this. It is written the details of the card are here inside the episode / then this number here. I mean this words here. You can also put numbers there as well. Something like this one. Okay, look at that. Now listen, we want the ID number. This is ID number 1152 to show up here. So how to do it? Follow along with me. Okay. So I'm gonna come back to my VS Code here, and on the card details. So what I'm gonna import is something called use params. Okay. Import. Look at this curly bracket from. It is from React router DOM. Okay. I'm gonna write here use params. Use params. Something like this. Okay. Now listen, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna write here let. Okay, then destructure it from our use param, something like this. Look at that. All right, now I'm gonna write here ID. All right, there we go. And here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a minus. Oh my bad, sorry. I'm gonna write here minus, and then I'm gonna put the ID number here, something like this. Look, ID. Okay, now save it. We should see the ID number. Look at that. It is written 1152. It is in the same way. Look at this. It is also printing up here. But if I want to write, let's say anything, okay, anything I wish. Look at that. It is showing up us our ID number. Now, how can we use this to load our characters? So I'm going to come back here, and instead of the location, I'm going to write here characters. Okay, API/character. All right. Now listen. It's going to load up everything which we don't want. So if I write here character / let's say 67. Enter. Look at that. It's gonna load me the data from the character number 67. So we're gonna use this ID. Where is it? Here it is. We're gonna use this exact ID to load up our data. So follow along with me. Alright guys, now we need to adjust a couple of things. Okay, so you're gonna come to your app.js. You're gonna scroll down to your cards section. Okay, do you see this cards component here? Here you're gonna write page. Okay, this will just let us know that in which page does it load us to. So this is inside where? Inside our app component. Okay, so it's gonna be the home page. So write it like this. Okay, now you're gonna save it. In the same way, you're gonna come back to your pages. Okay, you're gonna come to your episodes. Okay, now scroll down to wait a second, to your card component, which is here. Okay, now write page. All right, equal to double quotes. Okay, now write / episodes. Now put the / here again so that we can put the ID number here inside our cards component, which I'm going to show you in a couple of minutes. Okay, so now you're going to copy this. You're going to go back to your pages, which is inside the location. Okay, now listen, you're going to paste the same thing here, but you need to adjust it to locations. Okay, locations. All right, so we are done up to this portion. Now we're going to go back to our card module, which is here. Okay, and now we're gonna destructure the page like this. There we go. And now listen, we're gonna import the link. Import link from, it is from where? React router DOM, right? There we go. And by the way, you should put curly bracket here like this. All right, now listen, the next thing that we're gonna do is, do you see this div here? I'm gonna convert this div to a link like this. Look, link. Okay, so now listen, it is also at the very end here, which is actually here. So you're gonna replace that div with a link as well. Now if I go and look at the result, now I'm gonna come back here. It's gonna automatically break my page. That's because I also have to put the path name here. So you're gonna come back here at the very top here, and then what you have to write is something called to, which will lead us to the path. Okay, something like this, to equal to, and then you're gonna put curly bracket here. Okay, now inside here we're gonna use something called a template literal. So we're gonna use two things. First of all, the page, and then the ID. All right, so follow along with me. So here, first of all, you're gonna write the backtick. Okay, and then you're gonna write the $, curly bracket, the $, again, then curly bracket. Now listen, here I'm gonna put the page. All right, now here I'm gonna put the ID. So where is this ID coming from? It's coming from here. All right, and the page is coming from here. So let me tell you what is actually happening in the background. Okay, so here, first of all, what is the page? So if, let's say, we're on the home page, where are we? Inside the home page. So it will signify this. Oh, not here, sorry, my bad. So it will signify only a /. And for the ID, so all the cards, let me actually come to the finalized. Let me actually explain this to you by going to the results screen here. And the thing is, all of these cards has something called an ID number. Okay, so where are we right now? We're in the home page. So if I click here, then look at this. It's gonna first of all put a slash here, and then it's gonna put the ID number here. So in the same way, if we go to episodes, look at that, we are on the episodes, right? So let's say I'm gonna click this one, look at that, it is written episodes /2. Okay, so let's go back here. In the same way, let's say that we are on the home page, right? So the data will come from the page, okay, and then it's gonna come here. And then do you see this ID number here? Oh, since I told you that all the cards has something called ID number. So if we are on the home page, then it's gonna write something like this, look, /45. Okay, if in case, let's say that we are inside the locations page, which means that it's gonna automatically print here location, and then slash, then the ID number, whatever, I mean whichever card you pick. I really hope that you understood. I really hope that you understood this part. So that's why we wrote this too like this using a template literal. Now let's go back to our results screen and check for the results inside here. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh the page. Let's say that I'm gonna click this card. Look at that. Can you see that? It is leading me to the page number 2. Now let's go back here again. I'm gonna scroll down and let's click this. There we go. Can you see that? It is written 18. Now I'm gonna click let's say this one. Okay, look at that, it is loading perfectly fine. Let's go to location to check whether it works or not. Let's click this one. Look at that, location /127, which is the ID number. It is loading up perfectly fine. But look at this, we don't have any data here. We're gonna put the data here right now. But first, look at this, it is in blue color, which we don't want. So let's change that. Okay, so you're gonna come back to your VS Code, and so inside here you're gonna write something called style, okay, equal to curly bracket, double curly bracket actually. Then you're gonna write text decoration, okay, text decoration colon, now double quotes, now write none, something like this, okay. Now you're gonna save it. Let's go back to check it. Look at that, it is gone, the underlines are gone. Now in order to make it black color again, come back here, wait a second, and what you're gonna write inside here is text dark, okay, text minus dark. There we go, save it, let's check, and there we go. It looks like our original project, like this one. All right, but look at this, we have something called characters, but we don't have it here. So let's put it there. So let's go back to our app.js, which is here. Where is it? Yeah, and then I'm gonna scroll down to this section. Okay, do you see this container here before the search option? Okay, so I'm gonna write here h1, then dot text center. Okay, then you're gonna hit tab. There we go, and now you're gonna hit characters. Now save it, let's check the results. Beautiful, we have it just like the original one, characters, and we have this one. So let's put some gap in between as well. So come back here and you're gonna write here MB-4, okay, MB-4, save it. Look at that, yep, it looks perfect. Alright guys, now we're gonna complete our card details module, but listen, we don't have to rewrite anything. So in this cases, in order to save time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy paste, okay, from our app.js. Okay, look at this. This module, I mean this code here, the use effect is already fetching data from server. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this one first of all. Okay, Control C. Now I'm gonna come back here and below this one. Okay, I'm gonna paste it like this. There we go. Now listen, it will complain for a bunch of things. First of all, this one, use effect. Now let's actually import it like this. Okay, use effect. There we go. Oh my bad, use effect. There is it. Okay, then the next thing that is gonna complain about is the API. So let's define the API here. Let, okay, API is equal to backticks. All right, now let's go back to our app.js and copy up to this portion. Can you see this? Copy and then come back here, and now you're gonna paste it like this. Okay, do you see this ID? Where is it? Here is it. Okay, so you're gonna cut the ID and put it at the very top like this. Now listen, you're gonna put the ID number here. Okay, $, curly bracket. Now you're gonna put it like this, ID, and now you're gonna make sure that it is inside a template literal. Okay, otherwise it's not gonna work. All right, now the next thing it's gonna complain about is the something called update fetched data, right? So now listen here, import a state, use state hook. Okay, use state, something like this. There we go. Now you're gonna come back to app.js, and do you see something called fetched data and update fetched data? Just copy this. All right, now come back here, paste it here like this. There we go. Now let's console log to check what is coming from our fetched data. Okay, look at this, console.log. all right, now paste it here like this. Now let's check. Now you're gonna come to your results screen and pick any cards. Okay, let's say I'm gonna pick this one. Okay, and then you're gonna open your development dev tools. Okay, now look at this, what we are getting. We're getting an object, and look at this. Inside this object, what we have something called episodes, gender, ID, image, location, name, origin, species, so on and so forth. Okay, we're gonna destructure one by one so that we can use it and make something like this. Look at that. I'm gonna click this character. Look at this. I got all of this data here. Okay, so let's do that. So look at this. I have the name. Okay, I'm gonna copy the name. So I'm gonna come back here and look at this. Let. Okay, now you're gonna destructure it. Now you're gonna put the name here. All right, equal to, so fetched data. Okay, Control C, paste it here like this. All right, now we're gonna remove this. So now the next thing that we're gonna use is the image. Okay, and then what else do we have? Let's check. We have the origin. Okay, and the location as well. Now let's copy those one by one. Okay, and now you're gonna paste it here. Then we have something called origin. Okay, let's check what else do we have. We have the gender. Okay, copy the gender, come back, paste it. All right, let's check again. We have the species. Okay, species status. So you come back here. Where is the species? Okay, paste the species here, and then status, and then finally we have the type. Okay, so let's take that as well. Come back here. There we go. Now you're gonna scroll down to this section. Do you see this return statement here? You're gonna remove everything from here. Now you're gonna put a class name here. Okay, and now you're gonna write here container. Okay, container. Now listen, we also need to put our card at the very center here. So how to do it? Follow along. Okay, you're gonna write here display flex. Okay, and now you're gonna put justify content center. Now let's check whether it works or not. Okay, it's gonna display nothing, but let's put some dummy text here. Okay, so that we can test whether it works or not. Something like this. All right, so let's go back here. Look at that, our text is at the exact center, which means that it is working perfectly fine. All right, now listen, the next thing that we're gonna write is, let's remove that and put a parent div here. Okay, dot, then tab. All right, inside here I'm gonna write h1, then dot, then I'm gonna hit tab. All right, now here I'm gonna generate the name, something like this. Look, name, save it. Let's look at the result, and there you have it. I have the name here. All right, in the same way, let's output the image. Let's come back here, and you're gonna put img, then you're gonna put dot, tab. All right, now inside this source, what you're gonna write is curly bracket image. So where is this image coming from? It is coming from here. Can you see this? It is coming from here. So we're gonna reuse that. All right, and for the class name, you're gonna write img minus fluid. This is coming from bootstrap, which means that it's gonna be highly responsive. All right, and do you see this? We don't have any gap in between them. And by the way, we're gonna have a lot of components together, which means that we also need to put some gap in between. So in order to put some gap in between, what you're gonna write is, do you see this parent container here? What you're gonna write is here display flex. Okay, now listen, if you write here this one, what will happen is it's gonna behave like a row, not in a column. So come back here and write flex column. Okay, minus column like this, and write gap -3 or -4, whatever you like. Okay, look at that, we have a little bit of gap here, and now we're gonna make the button here. So in case of the button like alive, dead, or something else, let's reuse something. Okay, so you're gonna come back to your card component here. You're gonna scroll down up to this section. Can you see this if else statement? Just copy this if else statement like this. Okay, something like this. Look at that. All right, now you're gonna come back to card details, and below this image, okay, just paste it here like this. Now we need to make some changes. Okay, so the first thing is, do you see this position absolute? Remove this position absolute along with this entire line. Can you see that? Something like this. Look at that, and there we go. Now listen, you're gonna convert this back to a string like this. All right, now save it. Look at that. In the same way, do it like this. Now look at that. Okay, this is the last one. Let's change that as well. There we go. Now save it. It will work automatically. Let's test the result whether it works or not. Look at that, it is showing up perfectly fine, but it looks a little bit smaller. Let's change the font size. So you're gonna come back here and just write fs -5. Okay, fs -5. Just copy that line and put it here like this. All right, now it's gonna change everything. Now after saving it, look at that, it is showing us unknown. It is Abradolf Linkler. So I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna pick any card. Let's say that I'm gonna click Albert Einstein. Look at that, the name is here, image is here, and then the status is here. But look at that, this is not at the exact center. Look at that. So let's actually test whether it is true or not. Okay, so let's pick any. Okay, look at that, it is not at the exact center. Let's change that. Come back here, and do you see this name here? Just put text center, text minus center. There we go, it's gonna solve the problem. Look at that. Now what else do we have? The thing that we have is gender, location, origin, and species. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here, and at the very bottom here, do you see this? We can also close it like this. Look at that. Now at the bottom, make a div with the class name content. Okay, content, this will hold all of our content. Okay, and here make another empty div like this, and inside here, first of all, make a span with the font W minus bold. So what this will do, it's gonna make our font a little bit bolder. Okay, now first of all, I'm gonna write the gender here. Okay, let's write the gender like this, GENDER. Okay, with a colon. There we go. Let's check the results. Beautiful, we have this gender. Okay, now listen, we're gonna input the data here. How to do it? Look at this. I'm gonna go at the very top here, and do you see this gender? I'm gonna grab the gender. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, below this span tag, I'm gonna write curly bracket, and then I'm gonna paste it here like this. There we go. Let's check the result. Look at that, we have the gender female. All right, in the same way, we're gonna put the location, origin, and species. Okay, so follow along. So I'm gonna come here, and look at this. Starting from here, I'm gonna copy it. Okay, and now I'm gonna paste it here like this. How many times? A couple of times. Okay, 1 2 3. So that will do, I guess. So do you see this location? Do you see the species? First of all, let's copy the species. Okay, so now I'm gonna put the species here like this. Same goes for here as well. Look at that, species. All right, now for the type, copy the type, Control C, and now come back here, paste it, put it here like this, type. Okay, now for the location. Okay, so let's actually copy it first and paste it a couple of times, location and origin. Okay, Control V, Control V. There we go, save it. Now listen, scroll up, and then this is location and origin. Let's copy first one. Okay, scroll down to this section. Where is it? Yep, location. Now listen, a very crucial point. Okay, so wait a second, let me actually write it down. Now after saving it, if I come back here, look at that, it's gonna break our app. Okay, let me actually show you. Look at that, can you see that? Look at that, it's breaking our site. So how to actually fix this? Okay, so do you see this API here? So look at this, what is actually getting out of this API? So it is the character number 67. Okay, look at this. Wait a second, look at this. Do you see this location here? It is an object. So inside this object, it has something called name. Okay, so I'm gonna come back here, and now I'm gonna scroll down to this section. This is location. This is currently an object, but we cannot render it. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna write a question mark like this. Okay, and then write dot name, something like this. Look at that. All right, now I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna go to the result screen, scroll, I refresh the page. Look at that, it has solved the problem. All right, now let's go back here, and do you see this? We also have something called origin. I'm gonna copy the origin, scroll down, and now I'm gonna put it here like this. Okay, now I'm gonna change that as well. Listen, this is also an object, so do the same thing for that one as well. So copy this, paste it here like this. There we go. Let's check the results. All right, look at that, we got all the data that we need. But look at this type, can you see this? The type is not showing up, which means that this must be blank. So instead of putting it blank, let's write unknown. How to do it? Look at that, I'm gonna come to this type here. Okay, and now I'm gonna check like this. Okay, if this one is empty, then we're gonna write unknown, unknown like this, or else put the type here like this. There we go, it should solve the problem. Look at that, it solved the problem. Alright guys, we're almost done with our tutorial, but the last thing that is left is we gotta make it responsive for the mobile version. Look at that, it looks horrible for the mobile version. Can you see this? Wait a second, look at that, it doesn't look really responsive. Okay, it looks very bad, but we need to change it just like the original finalized project. Look at that, if I open the dev tools, look at that, it's responsive. Okay, look at this, if I make it smaller, look at that, it is working perfectly fine. Now we're gonna do the same thing for our project as well. Now follow along. Okay, so you're gonna come back to your VS Code here, and then you're gonna go to your search module. Okay, here first of all we're gonna target and style the search bar. Okay, so if I come back here, look at that,
Okay, if I open the dev tools, look at that, it looks like this. Okay, but it should look like the original finalized project. Okay, look at that. Okay, so if I make it smaller, look at that, it breaks down, and look at that, it should look like this. So how to do it? Okay, follow along. So you're gonna come back here to the search.module.sass. Okay, now the width is 40%, right? But we're gonna make it 80% when the display becomes smaller. So at the bottom here, you're gonna write @media. Okay, now the max width will be 576 pixels. Okay, max width 576 pixels. Okay, now you're gonna write curly bracket and write dot input. Okay, curly bracket again. Now you're gonna make the width, which is this one, 80%. Okay, Control C, paste it here like this and make it 80. There we go. Now you're gonna come back to your search module, which is here. All right, now look at the result here. Okay, so if I make it below 576 pixels, look at that, it's gonna be 80%, but look at that, it doesn't look good. So we're gonna break that as well. So the search button should start from the next line instead of in the same line. Okay, so follow along. So first of all, you're gonna write here flex minus sm minus row. What this means that whatever displays we have starting from the mobile up to the desktop screen, it should be in the row format, but whatever is below our sm, which is 576 pixels, it should be in column. Okay, look at this, flex minus column, something like this. Okay, so let's look at the result. So if I come back here, look at this. Okay, so if I go below 576 pixels, which is sm, look at that, it's gonna behave like this. To fix this behavior, we're gonna use something called align items center. Okay, align this one. Okay, it should solve the problem. If I go back here, look at that, it solved our problem, but it doesn't look as expected. Why is that? That's because of this one. Can you see this? All of our cards and this where is it actually? Yeah, all of these cards and this filter are actually pushing our content here and there. That's why this one doesn't look as expected, but don't worry, we're gonna change everything. So let's first of all style our cards, okay, so that it looks very standard and very responsive as well. This time you're gonna go to your card component, okay, this one, okay, cards.js, and you're gonna scroll up. Do you see this here? So it is currently col -4, which means that it's gonna make, it's gonna occupy 4 columns each. Now we're gonna change it to minus, and then you're gonna put large screen. In the large screen, it's gonna occupy 4 columns each, and for the medium screens, it's gonna occupy 6, something like this. Look, col -md -6. Okay, and for the smaller screens below the md, which is below the tablet screen, is gonna occupy 100%. Look at this, col -12. Okay, now save it. Let's look at the result. Now let's make it smaller. Look at that. Can you see this? It is large screen, which means that it's gonna take 4 columns each. Each card will take 4 columns. If I make it smaller, look at that. Or each card is taking how many columns? 6 columns each. That's why we have 2 cards. Let's make it smaller. Look at that. It's gonna occupy 100% of our display. Now let's fix this filter here. So in order to fix the filters, you're gonna scroll to your app.js, which is actually here. So you're gonna click that, and you're gonna scroll down up to your card component. Can you see this card component here? So what you're gonna put is, instead of -8, you're gonna put lg -8. Okay, and then you're gonna put col -12. Okay, it means that whatever is below our large screen is gonna occupy 100% of our column. Okay, so let's actually inspect whether it works or not. Now look at that, it's working. All right, so look at this, this is our large screen. Okay, if I go below the large screen, look at that, it's gonna break down and it's gonna start from here. Look at that, it's working perfectly fine. All right, but look at this, we don't have any, first of all, we don't have any gap here, and look at this, it looks very small. We're gonna change this right now, the filters. So come back here to your filter. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Okay, filter.js, and you're gonna scroll down to this section. Can you see this? In the same way, you're gonna write here col -lg -3. Okay, and now you're gonna write here col -12. And since you saw that there is no gap in between our contents here, let's fix that as well. Write mb -5. Okay, save it. Let's look at the result, and there we go, we have it so far. Even if I refresh the page, look at that, it looks beautiful. Okay, so we have our filters here, it is working. Look at that. All right, and now if I make it smaller,
Look at that, it's working perfectly fine as well. But look at this, it looks very bad, it looks very ugly. So we need to change our cards in a way that it looks good. Let's do that. In this cases, what you're gonna do is you're gonna come back to your cards.js, okay? And do you see this? We're gonna convert this to a template literal, something like this. Look, follow along with me. Let's convert this to a template literal like this. And do you see this? It is coming from our cards.module.js, okay? So we're gonna make it inside a $ and curly bracket, okay? And now here you're gonna write d minus flex, okay? We're gonna convert this to display flex, and now you're gonna write here justify minus content, justify content minus center, okay? Now save it. Let's go back to the result screen, and we have this result so far, which we don't want. We want to behave, we want this to behave in a column format, not in a row format. So let's change that. We're gonna simply write here flex minus column, okay? There we go. Let's look at the result. All right, look at that. I'm gonna refresh the page. Wait a second, actually it looks very big. Now look at that, it looks beautiful, it looks perfectly fine. All right, let's restyle it. Look at that. All right, our components are completely responsive. Look at that. Okay, it's working perfectly fine, except the pagination filter. Okay, let me actually show you. Except the pagination component. Okay, so if I scroll at the very bottom here, look at that, it's not behaving in a responsive way. We're gonna change this right now.
Alright guys, before touching the pagination, I want to show you an issue, okay? So if we come to our episodes here, if I click the div tools, and look at that, if I make it smaller, then do you see this? We need to make this one responsive as well. So follow along. Come to VS Code, come to episodes, and do you see this? We're gonna make the styles here so that it adjusts according to our finalized project, okay? Look at this. I'm gonna write here col minus LG minus 3, okay? And then I'm gonna write here col minus 12. It will solve our problem. Let's check. And there you have it, it solved our problem. But look at this one. So if I make it bigger, okay, look at this, we want the card to be at the exact center as well. So let's fix that. For that, do you see this section? It is written col minus 8, okay? Make it col minus LG minus 8, okay? Oh, my bad, I made a mistake. There we go. And now right here col minus 12, okay? Save it, let's check. And there you have it, we solved the problem, okay? Let's make it smaller, okay? And there we go, it is responsive. Now let's go to location, okay? We also have the same problem here, so we also need to fix that as well. Now you're gonna come back to your VS Code and inside your location, okay? You can also copy paste it, no problem, okay? So I'm gonna come to location, and do you see this? Let's convert this to LG, okay? LG minus 3 and then col minus 12. All right, oh my bad, I made a mistake here. Col minus 12, okay? Do the same thing here, col minus 12. All right, and now LG minus 8. All right, now after saving it, let's check. Perfect, look at that, we have the beautiful solution here. Look at that, it is responsive from the large screen to the mobile screen as well. There we go. All right guys, now let's start styling our pagination, okay, so that it is responsive to the mobile version as well. Look at that, it is not at the moment. Wait a second, look at that, it is not responsive at the moment. Look at that, do you see this? The buttons are not behaving properly. Let's change that. In order to solve this problem, first of all, what I'm going to do is, do you see this here? This is the width of our browser, okay? So let's say that I'm going to make it bigger, okay? Look at that. Do you see this? The number is changing. So we need a way to capture this inside our JavaScript. So how do we do this? Okay, follow along with me. First of all, I'm going to come back to my pagination section, okay? Where is it? It is actually here. Do you see this? All right, at the very top here, I'm going to use two hooks, okay? Use state and use effect hook, okay? Follow along with me, use state and then use effect. All right, there we go. Now listen, here I'm gonna write let, okay, width, and then set width. All right, now listen, what I'm gonna do here is, instead of writing a 0, I'm gonna write here window, okay, window dot inner width, which means that initially by default it's gonna capture the inner width of our browser. Let me show you. Which means that by default it's gonna capture just this one, which is written 821 pixels of width. Let me show you. Wait, I'm gonna come back to my here, and then I'm gonna write console log, okay? Console.log. All right, now I'm gonna write here, oh my bad, width. There we go. Let's go back and check what we got on our console. Okay, look at that. Can you see that it is written 822? Yes. But listen, look at this. If I try to make it smaller or bigger, the number does not change. So in order to change this number, what we have to do is we're gonna have to use a use effect hook. Otherwise, we can't change that. Okay, look at this. I'm gonna write a use effect hook here, And then now here I'm going to make an event listener. Okay, follow along with me. I'm going to write here window, okay, dot add event listener, which will be resize. Let me show you what resize means. So I'm going to come back here. So the add event listener resize will work when we try to resize our window like this. Okay, that's why we write this one. Okay, it's gonna be resize. There we go. And when we resize our window, it's gonna run as function. We're gonna name this function, let's say update dimensions. Okay, something like this. Look, update dimension. Okay, now we also have to define this function. Okay, so you're gonna copy this. All right, now you're gonna paste it here like this by writing let, okay, update dimensions, and then you can also put arrow function here, something like this. All right, now what you're gonna do inside here is that you're just gonna copy this. All right, and then you're gonna paste it here like this. And now do you see this window.inner width? We're gonna copy it. All right, something like this. There we go, and paste it here like this. Once you're done with this section, what you're gonna do is you're gonna just copy this like this. Okay, and now you're gonna return something here. Return, paste the same code, and instead of the add event listener, we're gonna use remove event listener, something like this. All right, and don't forget to write an arrow function here, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, something like this. There we go. Now let me explain what is actually happening in the background. Okay, let's go back to the result screen. So now I'm gonna refresh the page like this. There we go. Now listen, tell me what is the current width of our screen. It is 543 pixels. Okay, now if I try to resize the window, look at that. Do you see that it is changing the value live? What is actually happening? Let me tell you. So I'm going to come back here and listen. Initially, when we load our screen, it's going to capture a specific window size. Okay, in this case, let's say 500. Okay, so using this use effect hook, what we are doing is we're adding and removing the event listeners when we're trying to resize our window, something like this. Look, so when we do this, okay, first of all, it's going to adopt this value, which is 606. Okay, let's say that I'm going to change this from 606 to 607. Look at that, we resized the window and it jumped from 606 to 607. All right, that's why these two functions are working, which is the add event listener and the remove event listener. Okay, so these two functions are working in pairs. That's how it is working like this. All right, the next thing that we want is we want to remove these buttons when we go below the tablet screen. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to come back to VS Code, and here, all right, what you're going to do is you're going to make a empty tag here. All right, and you're going to scroll down up to this section and make another empty tag like this. I mean the closing empty tag. All right, that's because listen, we want to write style tag here, something like this. Look, style. All right, and inside here you're going to put JSX. All right, and now listen, I'm gonna write curly bracket here, okay, and then backticks. All right, now listen, inside here I'm gonna write @media. Okay, now max width should be how much? 768 pixels. All right, so when the display is 768 pixels, then it's gonna run the code here. All right, now here what I'm gonna do is, first of all, you're gonna scroll down to this section. Do you see this? This is the class name for our next and the previous button. So here just write next, okay, and right here previous, so that we can just differentiate these two buttons. All right, so once that's done, what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here. All right, now you're gonna write dot next, comma, dot pref, okay, curly bracket, and then here you're gonna write display none, which means that it's gonna hide itself. Now let's test whether it works or not. There we go, it is working perfectly fine. Okay, if I try to resize the window like this, look at that, here is it, my buttons are reappearing again. But if I make it smaller, look at that, our buttons are disappearing. Beautiful. Now do you see this font size? We're gonna make this font size smaller. In order to target this section, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back here, and do you remember this? This is the parent class name, pagination. Copy that and come back here and write dot paste. All right, now inside here you're gonna write font size. Okay, you can go for 12 pixel or 14 pixel or any number you like. I'm gonna go for 14 pixels. All right, there we go. Let's test. Look at that, our font became smaller. This is the big font and this one is a smaller font. Perfect. I want to come back to the documentation of React Paginate, and I want to show you something. Okay, I'm going to scroll down, and do you see this property here, margin pages display? Let me show you what this does. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come back to VS Code, and I'm going to scroll down to this. I'm going to paste here like this. Okay, equal to curly bracket. Now let's write a number, let's say 20. Okay, I'm going to save it. So if I come back to our result screen, look at that. How many pages can you see right now? Look at that. It is enormous. So do you see this dot 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 here? Before the dot dot dot, here are 20 pages. And after the dot dot dot, here are 20 pages as well. So you can also change the number to, let's say, 5, okay? After saving it, look at this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means that the main job of this function is to, this props is to display the number of pages on left and right side of the break label here. In the similar manner, there is something called page range display. Let me show you, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back to my result screen and, oh, not here actually, on my VS Code, and I'm just gonna write here 2, okay? After saving it, let's go back, okay? So how many pages can you see? 2, and here 3, okay? Look at this. I'm gonna click this dot dot dot, okay? Look at that. I'm gonna click here again. So how many pages can you see here? 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the default number, and this property is called wait a second, it is called page range displayed. So using this property, you can control the number of pages displayed here. So we're gonna use this one as well. So I'm gonna put it here like this, okay? And now I'm gonna put it, let's say 3. I'm gonna save it. Let's go back. Not 3 actually, let's write 6, okay? Let's save it. Now let's go back here and let's just keep clicking on it, okay? So let's see what happens. And there we go. How many pages can you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 pages. We can see here 7 pages, including the current page number which is displayed here. So using this property, we can change this one, this range here. All right. So let's use this to make responsive. So let's come back here. And by the way, do you remember this width here? Where is it? Yeah. We're capturing the width here, right? So I'm gonna copy the width from there, and I'm gonna scroll down to this section. Can you see this? Margin pages displayed. Now here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste the width here, okay? Listen, if the width is anywhere less than 576 pixels, 76 pixels, then I'm gonna put the margin pages displayed to 1, only 1, okay? Else it's gonna display 2 pages. 2 page numbers, okay? We can just copy the same thing and paste it here like this, something like this. There we go. Now let's test our result. So I'm gonna come back to my result. I'm gonna refresh the page and open DevTools like this, okay? I'm gonna scroll down up to this last, okay? There we go. Let's make it responsive, okay? Let's go to the lowest breakpoint, which is 320 pixels. There we go. It looks perfectly responsive, okay? Let's click on here. Look at that. It's working beautifully fine. Yep, it's responsive. And if I go back here, if I scroll down again at the very bottom, look at that. It is working perfectly fine. Let's make it bigger, something like this. Look at that. Our buttons are back. All right, let's make it even bigger. Look at that. Everything is working according to our plan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with this tutorial. If you like the video, give a like, share it with a friend, and feel free to subscribe. Till then, take care, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.